All right, guys, welcome everybody. WPT Montreal online. It's been a little bit of time off, Henry, but we're back for some high stakes action here on Party Poker.
Mate, these super high rollers, we're getting spoiled straight off the bat. They're normally towards the end of a festival, right? And now we're just like, welcome to 2021, everyone. Let's just jump straight in for a super high roller on Party Poker. WPT Montreal online. It's not quite as cold as we normally would be during this festival, but let's go.
Yeah, well, you're certainly not, Henry, sunning yourself over there as you are, but some of us are struggling on in the depths of winter. We do have, of course, this evening for you guys, day one of this, the 25k super high roller. Quick look here, you see 25k buy, and of course lots of time for late reg. They've got 4 hours, these guys, because hey, Henry, let them punt off, I say. Rebuy to your heart's content. Actually, can you rebuy? No, you can rebuy once. There we go.
You can, you can. I was scrolling through the lobby, man, and there's a couple of people in for 50k already. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. I see. I was an optimist, Henry. I was looking at the top of the leaderboard, seeing who's doing well and all that. I was being nice. You just went straight for the who's doing it in. That's what I usually do, to be fair. So I'm just out of practice, but yeah, well, quite a lot out already, and I'm seeing Henry straight away, the guy who seems to always be in the conversation when it comes to these high rollers. Currently, we're going to come online, obviously, and we'll be in a small delay, but in real time, currently leading the way, Michael Adamo. What a surprise. But it's this table here we'll kick things off with, and just bosses straight off the bat, Henry. We see we got Ali, we've got Damon Salas in the mix, Adrian Mateos, I'm assuming that Adrian is Matthias Eibinger, one assumes.
That is Matthias Eibinger, very solid high stakes rig.
Just straight away, of course, any table in this tournament going to be big names, but a couple of the biggest when it comes to high rollers. But yeah, Damien Salas, he's had not a bad few months, right? I got lost in the whole what's going on with that whole thing, so I don't actually know how much he won, but I know he won must have been a lot. So congrats to Damien.
Yeah, I can't recall how much he actually ended up winning, but listen, man, like, when was the last time we were in the booth together? Didn't Adrian Mateos come like second, or he shipped the event that we were covering for 750k? So he's had a good couple of months. Obviously, Ali's been in the live streets. He's been in the online streets. Eibinger, one of the poker code coaches, I believe. Good friends with Fader and all that crew. But yeah, I mean, looking around the table, James, just a bunch of bad regs, really, isn't it? Really, just all battling out against each other. The 25k.
Again, or is it just a bunch of bad regs?
Bad regs.
Henry's words, not mine, guys.
Just looking at this lobby in general, let's just have a quick look. Yeah, bad regs everywhere. And what I mean, James, by bad regs is it's bad to have them on your table, because you're in trouble.
That's definitely the case. I mean, Henry, look, it's 25k. We know this is what's going to happen, but it's still just, it almost like bewilders me every time. Like, what are these guys playing for? Like, who do they think has got the edge? Like, when these guys meet, I mean, it just all seems so good to me. But obviously, competitors. Everyone thinks they're better than everyone else. So here they are, phoning it up, and hey, someone's got to be the best.
I would. Are we allowed to say, looking at the field, who I think the best player?
You go ahead,
is?
my man.
I think he's at our table.
Key to hear your opinion. Okay, so are you going? I think when you say that, I think you're going for Matthias or Adrian. That's where I think you're at. But
yeah. I think Matthias is definitely very high up there on that list at the moment. And just, you hear the guys that take part in these events. We've done interviews with Ike. We've spoken with Jason Kuhn as well.
Right.
Adrian seems to have just like all the respect. Everyone seems to respect him from that group. So he's obviously doing something right. He's taking lines and putting people in spots that no one else is.
I mean, Henry, you've in my mind, you've hit the nail on the head there, because as much as the results game, results don't tell you everything. But peer opinion is so important. And if the people playing with you think you're legit, that's generally the one who is the sort of the best, as it were. the one people talk about rather than what results they've had. Because we all know you can go on bad runs and good runs and whatever else, but to be considered the best by your peers is the ultimate, I think.
Couldn't agree more. But how have you been, man? Happy?
Well, I'm just thinking when was the last time we were together? What it was, the Monster Series stuff, right? And then that was
beginning of December.
That's a while back. Yeah, well, I think it was in December or end of November. It's been quite a time already. The time fly.
Yeah, I think it was beginning of December was our last event. But yeah, obviously, Happy New Year to everyone in the chat. I know we're almost a month in already, as crazy as that seems. 2020 is almost like behind us now by a full month. It's pretty ridiculous. But yeah, we're kicking things off with a bang here, James. The 25k super high roller.
We get a treat straight away. And yeah, as Henry says, good evening to everyone watching. I got the chat up here. I see some familiar faces in the mix. I'm glad you're joining us. This one, of course, is day one of this event. This is a 2-day event. We'll be back tomorrow evening for the final table, but so you're going to see a lot of very interesting, intricate plays you tend to see on day one of these events. The best in the world, battling out deep stack. We see some weird lines, Henry, don't we, in these high rollers? You get surprised quite often. Well, I do anyway. You see people they have to do some stuff in high rollers that you necessarily wouldn't see in a regular tournament because hey, they're battling against the other great players, and you got to be unpredictable if you want to last at this level.
Yeah, you look at the late reg clock. There's 30 minutes left. You've got 30 bigs. You get the dream turn or river card to run a bluff, and you're like, well, if there's any time to do it, it's now. And
let's go.
I'm sure we'll see our fair share of those couple of re-entry buttons being clicked unwittingly, but 372k up top. These online 25ks don't come around too often each year, so no, they're
great events. And as you see there, the payouts, obviously those payouts will continue to rise as we head through the late reg. Still plenty of time on that. As I say, 4 hours of late reg they're given. 20-minute levels, guys. So a lot of play. We know it's party events. So I mean, I'm looking at the structure, Henry. I'm like, first two levels are the same. It was 501k. Then it went to 550, 1.1k. There's no missing levels here. And that's exactly how it should be for 25k. As much play as they want, in my opinion. It's a 2-day event. Let them play over 2 days. No point rushing this thing. It's going to be great to see.
We mention that every time, right? We're just like, strap yourselves in. It's going to be a long day. We played down to the final table today?
I believe they play to the money, which I think will be the final table in essence, Henry. It's 7 max. So I think we'll find we'll be at the money. Yeah, but they're on pauses winning the money. And playing 7-handed. So yeah, I think the final 7 will be the money. But hey, who knows? Like you say, sometimes there's a flurry of activity with regs. I mean, I looked a good while ago now, over an hour ago, and since then only 4 more players have entered the tournament. Now, you may find you get a whole host of entries right at the last minute, in the last few minutes, because if you want to come late reg, you're going to max late reg. If you're going to come play from the start, you're going to play from the start. It's very rare someone's going to come in necessarily 2 hours in to the tournament. Albeit there'll be some players who play from the start who want to re-enter straight away, but I think it's quite common to see them coming towards the end, so we'll keep an eye on that. And Henry, I have to say, I didn't check the lobby earlier in the day to see kind of who may have won satellites and whatnot, so we don't really know, but obviously there are a couple of names in here I'm not familiar with that may well be satellite winners, so we'll keep an eye on that. Of course, if that is the case, we'll find out tomorrow before the final, if they make it that far, who may be in for not a lot. That's fun. We like those. We like those stories, Henry. We like it.
What names aren't ringing a bell currently for you?
Well, this is where I embarrass myself, isn't it, Henry? Because I say a name and then you tell me, well, that's an absolute end boss. But
no, it's just it's for people at home as well. There might be people that don't know this person, and they're an end boss.
There's a few names I don't recognise from playing these before. So. I mean, who's this guy? Victor Malinowski. I'm just messing, Henry. I'm just messing. Calm yourself down.
Wow.
He's, of course, on our table now. I was happy to see him get moved here. But yeah, I see this guy, Alex Tarnoff. I don't know who. I've not heard that name before. As a UK flag. Who else have we got in here? Chris Brewer, not a name I'm familiar with. Canadian flag.
That one hurts. Oof. Okay.
Oh, really?
Go on.
Come on, inform me. Inform me.
Run it once elite coach, I believe. There we go. Been around the block for. I mean, he's probably someone that you've battled with, maybe unknowingly. In, past WPT events.
So this is what it is. We don't always know. This is the beauty of the real names as well. Maybe if it was, you may have like an online boss name that everyone would know, but someone like me doesn't happen to know the real name. I'm not going to embarrass myself anymore by saying any more of the names I don't recognize, but I will answer the question. Someone was asking who Pablo is. It's Pablo Brito Silva is the Pablo B on our table. Again, not a name I'm familiar with, Henry. Rocking the Brazilian flag, but maybe you know them.
I can't say I do. I might be wrong about Chris Brewer, but the name sounds really familiar. Look.
Let me have a look, see what I can find. Well, I had him above 350k, and yeah, okay. All the caches are like from decent, from there's a few 10Ks in a row cashed high rollers and stuff like that. So it does lend to what you're saying, but I mean, quite a small hand mob in terms of it just seems to be World Series events and the occasional high roller. So, and most of them in the last year. So yeah, there we go. I don't feel too bad about not knowing that one, Henry.
Yeah, I think I might have been wrong about who I thought he was.
All right. Maybe not then. Maybe. Here we go. I might have a reprieve, guys. I might be off to a good start this year with Henry.
He looks younger than
Salas,
me,
though. This man I do know well, Henry, because I played poker with Damien Salas before anyone knew who Damien Salas was. Let me put it like that. I battled with this guy, and I was like, this is the most absurd human being I've ever played poker with. He was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I've heard a thing or two about Damien. I've never had the pleasure of playing with him, but he takes some unorthodox lines. Let's put it that way. Loves it.
Big fan. Obviously had fantastic results lately. Up against Ibinger here, the Queen 6-5. Ibinger defending the 6-7 from the small. Obviously, we're fairly deep, Henry, but 50 effective. Obviously, maybe not a hand he's going to defend 100% of the time from the small with 50 bigs deep, but perhaps thinking, hey, it's Damien. He does crazy stuff. Let's get in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be players in these fields that we're unaware of, right? Who, like, how each player is perceived to other players.
Right.
So we're going to see some spots like this where, maybe you wouldn't take the line, or maybe I wouldn't take the line, but Ibinger, feeling good about his game, wants to flick in the call with the 6-7 suited against someone that maybe he doesn't have much info on or doesn't perceive to be as good as him, and
right.
just wants to get involved.
I mean, Henry, if you say maybe we wouldn't be in there with the 6-7 suited, I'd be in there, just for the record. There's no way I'm
so it's
2020,
2021 now, and we're trying to resell this story that you're not a nit and you VPIP 50%.
Oh, I'm a nit, but I'm just passive. I'm not a nit, I'm just passive, sorry. I just call out the small 6-7 suit and hope to hit a big hand, and then if I don't, just check fold. Like, there's no worry. But there's nothing sweeter than calling and flopping a draw. Like,
I just want to give a quick shout out to everyone. Spinovi, Ghost of M, Giuliano, Man Illusion, Last Baron said, hello, great stream, best casters ever. Last Baron, give us a chance to prove you wrong. All right, stick around for another couple of hours. Man Illusion, Pocosito, Rounder for Live saying, afternoon boys, can we just play tables in big blinds? Unfortunately, we can't, my man.
there's two things there. Rounder for Live. Number one, we can't, and number two, we won't. That might be the more important one. Like, we're purists here. We're watching a table. We don't watch big blinds. Come on. Where's the fun in that? Be pure.
To be fair, it is an argument that both you and I have made in the past, where we're just like, oh well, it'd be really cool if it was in big blinds, but then you have the other guys watching from back home. They're like, no, we want to see the million. chip stacks, you know. So battle of the
I like it.
Asex,
Keeps it
and
pure. Nice.
yeah, I just want to jump into this hand quickly. So Victor 3.5x once Pablo completed from the small has a hand that was most likely going to continue to barrel here, having the 10 of spades, unblocking diamonds, and an 8 on the turn. Going to be able to apply a ton of pressure to Pablo's like 7x, like his king 7s, queen 6s, but does the player's check. And now the question is, what size does Pablo want to choose on this 6 of diamonds river? So you have a ace of diamonds,
that just
a nice card to have.
Well, everything's there, isn't it, Henry? I mean, it's just the primary straight came in, the flush draw came in. Goes 3/4. I've seen that's the end of that. I see Giuliano informing us quite nicely that Pablo Brito is a Brazilian player, of course, but won the Million South America main event. I think that was the one last year, so not the one. I wasn't there for that one, but yes. Thinking of it now, I remember seeing clips of that. I remember seeing some really interesting hands actually happen on that final table, so nice that is on our table. Also, it looks like won the Irish Open Online 2020. Did Pablo win that? Oh, of course, we weren't doing the Irish Open. We did the Irish Poker Masters. There we go. We didn't do the Irish Open.
That's the mistake I made.
I was like, really? Did he? But I remember now, yeah. They kept that one pure as anything, Henry. They made it fully Irish. Apparently Dempsey and Kilbane aren't Irish enough names for the Irish Open, you know?
So, Pablo Silva. Yeah, best life cash. A clean, crisp $1 million, man.
Millie.
And that was in February last year. That was the one that Daniel Reze came third in. Dmitry Abanovich also made that FT. Unknown German player in fourth. 2 Brazilians up top in that one. Fabio Colonisi came runner-up for $640,000. So.
Yeah, I think there was some really, like, I don't want to say weird hands, but I think there was some. I seem to remember there was some ICM suicide spots took place, like with 4 or 5 left, I think, and I think there were some casualties from it. I mean, Henry, you know I love it. I was watching it. I was tuning in and out. I can't remember where I was, but I was tuning in and out, and I just was seeing some stuff. I was like, wow, this is a fun one. Of course, the year before was
where were you?
When Marty Mattis won.
Yes, yeah. I said, where were you? Why weren't you there?
I was getting ready for this is how far back we're going. This is last February, obviously. I was getting ready. I was supposed to be going down to Jeju with Triton for the series down there in Korea, and that's when, of course, everything kicked off in the world. It's made the world so crazy for the last year. So never ended up going to that event, but yeah, it was at the same time. It was it wasn't like don't get me wrong, guys. There's no way I chose Triton Ivy. It was the party poker events there for a few months were on Poker Go, so they were doing it themselves.
Weren't we at WPT Germany in February last year?
Yes. No. Yes? January, I think. I don't know. Let's have a look.
Okay. All right, that makes sense.
I think.
Do you know what the issue with these streams is, James? Is that now that we've proven that we can do commentary remotely, Neil and the rest of the team, they're never going to fly us anywhere. Like, we're never going to the Bahamas, mate. They just could be like, yeah, you boys can do it remotely.
Mate, you do commentary online when it's online, and you do commentary live when it's live. That's the rules.
Okay. I hope you're right.
We've got to be there soaking up the atmosphere. We've got to be out there corralling people into the booth, all that kind of stuff. You can't fake it. You can't dial that in. You need to know what the cocktails are like, Henry, or else you can't speak from authority. Any 77, good evening. There. Welcome back yourself.
I say potential for a fun hand. I don't think Ibenger's gonna.
Now, guys. I'm going to quickly get this in before I forget, because I always get told off, Henry, for forgetting the first one. Because we come in so quick. We come in at past, and bang, we do a giveaway on the hour, every hour on this stream. You guys know that already. And if you have entered this before, you're already in. It takes once. That's it. You're in. So if you did the last one for the WPT, you did the last one for Monster Series, whatever you did, you are in and registered. So all you have to do is, well, use the win command. Twitch, I hope it hasn't changed. This would be funny if it doesn't work. But hopefully I've put the link in there now. Fill out our little questionnaire online. And there you go, there it is. Yep. Fill out that questionnaire online. Click that link, fill out the questionnaire. And you're in with a chance of winning prizes. Every hour we do the giveaway. I think we're usually $20 ticket and two $11 tickets per hour. So fill it out once and you are in forever. Forevermore, Henry. How easy is that? Look, Henry, you said this could be a fun hand, and maybe, just maybe it is. Pablo is squeezing it up, punishing them all.
Punished. I just knew it was coming, and I knew that you letting people know about the giveaways was more important because it reduces the amount of chance that I have of winning those tickets. And I knew it was going to be all over with pre-flop. It was either going to be Ibenga squeezing out the small or Pablo squeezing out the big, and on to the next hand.
Yeah. And yeah, so guys, those giveaways every hour, on the hour. We'll announce the winners shortly after each time. But just fill that form out once, takes 2 minutes. You've got 5 minutes to do it for this first draw, and you are done for life. Easy as that.
Should I fill it out? It's about time.
Why not? Go on, Henry. You haven't won one of the giveaways for a while. Ever since we made it Henry proof. I'm just going to hope the names that win are the easy to pronounce ones. That's what I'm going for tonight. That's all I ask for. Alright, Ibenga. Putting the 3-bet on from the button over Mateus's under the gun, open 6-handed. Henry, a hand you could do a couple of things with, perhaps, the ace-queen, but does decide just to go for the flat, and sees a pretty nasty jack-deuce-deuce, given that Ibenga is in there with the king-jack. Henry, you 3-bet with king-jack offsuit. Your opponent calls you, comes jack-deuce-deuce. Stream time, right? You figure you're going to get at least a couple of streets from any of those sort of pocket pairs that are stuck around. You can get some floats. Yeah, he goes for a nice small sizing on. I guess, Henry, a broken board, right? We're always going to go small.
Yeah, it's obviously really nice having no diamond, no club in our hand as well. Adrian going to be continuing with all of his ace-x of clubs, ace-x of diamonds, his king-10s, his king-queens. That obviously we were behind against pre-flop, but yeah, jack-high board. And I think Adrian, without a club in his hand here, blocking some of the queen-10 barrels as well.
Yeah, Adrian with 2x pot. Ibenga with, he has to be very comfortable. It does go for a much larger sizing.
Yeah, 55 seems fine. Setting up a very natural river jam. Annoying spot for Adrian because he is actually still ahead of some of Ibenga's double barrels. Some, the ace fours, ace fives of the world. Not having a club in our hand means that Ibenga can have more natural double barrels.
But the queen kind of works against us a little bit, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does indeed. And on to the next one. Nice pick up there for Ibenga. Yeah.
Stranggang asking, we'll be flipping tables, and who else is in the field? We will certainly be flipping tables as we go along. You guys will watch before, you'll know we do that. But yeah, I can tell you right now, Dempsey B's in the field. Adama we mentioned earlier is in there. I'm just looking through the bigger stacks at the moment. Dominguez, Petrangelo, Kilbane, Greenwood, Ike, Tim Adams, D. Peters, Sergei Rayach. It's the names you'd expect to see in a 25k online. You hopefully we'll get a chance to see everyone this evening as this one whittles down towards the money. That's when the stream will end this evening.
Bunch of bad regs, James. Bunch of bad regs.
Yeah, sure, Henry. Here we go. This is what I like. 7-3 offsuit. No limp in here. Pops it right up. The barking shark takes the pot.
Alright, done. Submitted my application. Boom.
Alright, so you guys, but Henry did it just in time. You guys can probably get it done. We've got 2 minutes till we do the draw. Fill out the form. Click the link in the chat. Here we go. There's a last-minute satellite going on at the moment as well for this tournament. Oh no, follow me, that finished. Ah, okay, so that's Aram Zobian was in. Here we go, look, found it. Found some players in for a satellite. Aram Zobian in that last-minute satellite. Finished, after the tournament had started. That's the nice one, Henry. You play the satellite, you win, bang, table opens up, you're in the main event, let's go.
Straight in.
Straight in, it's just the dream. I remember eons ago, Henry, someone figured it out. Well, I think it happened. I won a satellite once on PokerStars, and it put you straight into the tournament. And I was like, on a table with all the people I've been playing the satellite with. I thought this seems like quite a good situation to be in. And so obviously, the Sharks didn't take long to figure out that they'd press register as soon as the mega sats used to finish. So they had a good chance of being on a table with everyone who got in from the satellite rather than those people who bought it. It's brilliant.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like the 2-tier satellites. Is that what you mean? So
that
you
was,
would like
this. The one that I was in was the W Coop main event back in the day, and I won a satellite and just got bang new table, and everyone on my table had been in the satellite. I looked through the names, so I was like, hang on, I recognise 3 of these names. I looked at the lobby and I was like, oh, everyone has. So rather than just creating new tables and doing as you would do live, and I'm sure as the software does now, for whatever reason, it just went bang, new table, there you go. And obviously, it's definitely a table you want to be in. I think it's like a 5k buy-in. You definitely want to be on a table with people who won a satellite rather than people who bought in. Henry, there's some blood on the felt. There's about to be anyway. Look at this. Ali with the boots, Adrian with the 10s.
Just no getting away from this. Unfortunately for Adrian, gonna need to find a 10. 5 cards, please, dealer. Once these boys decide to put all the money in.
There's a little bit of tanking to be done. A little bit of sizing to work out. What size does Ali go here? Like, it doesn't have to go quite as big, does he? Because they're a little bit shallower.
With 33 bigs effective.
Yeah, it just goes 3x. I thought he might just go on a slightly smaller side. Hey, you got aces as well. You don't mind if they peel. It's like.
Always helps, yeah. SPR would be less than 2 if Adrian called. Obviously, no dice.
No dice, indeed. Mateos, not quite felted, but down to what? 20 bigs.
Yeah, you're getting 3-bet by the young prince as well. The newly crowned young prince. Just sticking it in his eye with the 10s. You get shown the aces. Double tap the table onto the next hand.
He won't even break stride, will he, Mateos? Just be okay.
It's just part of the game, isn't it?
These robots, they're just so good.
Whoa, oof. Might offend some people there, Demps. You might get Olivier Busquet coming after you. If you call these guys robots. He loves it.
I mean robots emotionally, not in how they play. Adrian Mateos is definitely not a robot, but emotionally it just washes over them, Henry. It just washes off.
It does. Like you said.
If I run, let me tell you, if I run 10s into aces, Henry, button versus big blind in a 25k tournament, second I lose, I'm on the phone, I'm WhatsApping like 8 people, I'm like, you won't believe what just happened to me, this is BS, like all this. Mateos just like, yeah, next stand.
I'm sure he's texted a few people, mate. Like, there's a couple of Skype groups where he's just like, meh. Doubled Ali, 33 bigs effective, 10s versus aces, button versus big blind. And then everyone else in the group just types, sigh, GG's.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, I don't really care. Oh, unlucky. That message. Ali, limping the small with 9s, flops a set on Queen 9-3. Checks it to Ibinger, who has backdoor hearts, a 10, giving him some connection. And some runouts, but does get met with a check raise.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty nice hand to start stabbing with the 10.
Right.
10 deuce with, like you mentioned, backdoor hearts going to have a lot of great turn cards that you can continue to barrel on if Ali does come along for the ride.
There's some fun ones in there, Henry. That's what you're saying. Some fun ones. Rolls off the little 8 of hearts and we start going big.
The turn cards where you just like roll your eyes, you get your seatbelt on, you buckle yourself in, and you're like, right, see you at the river, mate. Has to be done.
Mateus, Queen, 10 of hearts, sub 20. On 20 big blinds now, of course, after losing that pot. I'm gonna get this one through. Pablo with deuce 3 in the big. So Henry, all right, let's get to it, because where in the world are you? See, I'll tell you guys, he lives some life. Where are you, Henry? Tell us all.
I am currently in Costa Rica.
There we go, guys. You figured it out. He's over there.
The invitation's been extended to you for the last, God knows how long. I was like, Debs, you want to come skiing, snowboarding in Bulgaria? Yeah, sure, mate. Yeah, definitely. I'll message you.
Can't leave the
Same
country.
for Costa Rica. But by the way, like, thoroughly impressed with how they're handling it over here. As soon as we landed, like, the first impressions were like, wow, these guys have got their shit together. Like, they're just really doing a good job of handling everything. But we're just grinding, we're just grinding and commentating and going for walks. So yeah, it's just 30 degrees.
How is it
warmer
then? I've never been. Obviously, I know it's someone that was popular with a lot of the guys from the US when the online poker ban came in. So how is it?
Yeah, I know quite a few of the American guys are like here now, even here in Mexico. Some of the German and Austrian crew as well are here. Interesting spot here for Pablo, by the way. I don't think we're ever folding a queen to 2. Maybe queen 4. Start calling all of our like queen 7s, queen 8s. But yeah, just really warm, really green. Amazing weather at the moment, so probably just going to stick it out here for the next 3 months until hopefully live poker returns. If not, find another spot.
It's the life to lead, guys. Bouncing around the world, venue to venue.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Right, so stick around.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, blind versus blind, we've got second pair. Victor's going to have a lot of 6x with a decent heart blocker. It's going to have some king high floats. I actually missed the flop action, so I could be talking complete and utter nonsense. It's going to have some like king high floats with like king 9, king of hearts. Stick around and goes big.
Yeah, it was
I think
a
Pablo
check
gets away from this.
Cool, I'm pretty sure. Pablo put to the test for the first time on our feature. Let me get away from it.
It's limitless though, right?
There we
limitless.
go, yeah. How'd you fold to this man? He was the guy, Henry, that Manolsky, I think during the High Roller Club in the summer, was just absolutely demolishing these fields every week. Have a look, actually. I think he finished on top of the leaderboard. That was when, for those of you who were with us, then we were in the. It was beautiful, Henry. We had a nice series going. It was a 5K on a Tuesday, 10K on a Thursday, and a 25K on a Sunday. It ran for like 7 weeks, I think. Leaderboard for the whole thing.
What? And he just shipped it.
I think he won the leaderboard. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can find it. It must be in there somewhere.
Man, that's so nice to see Ollie Shemian coming in there with the first bullet. He's just jumped in the 25K. One of the nicest guys in the poker world, in my opinion, and obviously been around for a long time. Very tough person to play against. Very tough person to play against.
Yeah, Shemian, one of like the original German beasts. I mean, when they first started, I've done a disservice here. Victor Malinowski finished 4th in that High Roller Club. Of course, I remember now. It was, of course, Rok Gostisa, who had an amazing last week or two. that ended up taking it down. Alton, Marty Roshan not far. Sorry, a decent way behind. Then it was Marty Roshan, Fox, and Malinowski all very close. But yeah, I mean, Malinowski really impressed me during that series.
How old do you think Arthur is, by the way?
Wouldn't know. Go on.
Just throw a guess out there.
I can't even picture him. So.
Well, you know the guy that's just been making every final table that we've commentated on over the last like year or so. He's like 23.
Ugh.
Adrian Rivering the nuts. Gonna win at Showdown. Unless Damien decides to go for a double delayed stab. That both Victor and Adrian have shown no interest. And it's interesting, right? If Damien does go for a bet here, Victor could potentially put on the cape. I'm blocking 8-9, Queen Jack, yeah. Beating some ace high, although I think all of the ace high just check their showdown, right? So if Victor calls, Adrian folds. Victor's folded. Does Adrian find the call? 6-handed versus a UTG range. Gets it through.
Nice play by Salas. Love to see it. Love to see a bluff work. Early doors. You guys, lots of stuff going on Party, of course. We've got the Millions Online coming up, Henry. So we're back in action here with WPT, but Millions Online starts next month. Of course, we're going to be covering at least the main event. I'm not sure the full schedule on that one, what we'll be streaming, but you guys have got to get in the mix there. Trying to qualify into those events if you can. I mean, there's a wide range of events. But the main event, 5K. What is that? I can't remember.
5K, 5 mil.
5 million, yeah.
5 mil.
5K.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I got the WPT lobby open, and then I was like, oh, Millions is starting in 2 weeks? Sorry, 3 weeks?
Yeah.
30th of February, got the 1K 1 mil. Yeah, mini main. And I was like, there's me thinking, Dempsey and I are going to have at least like a month off after WPT. And we're just jumping into another festival.
No.
You got a 2K, 200K PLO event, 2-day event.
Yeah, that's got to get you excited, doesn't it?
1K. Yeah, it does, mate. We've got an Omaha knockout as well. Oh. It's just the type of festival things made of. Then you got a 5K 5 mil. Yeah, it's going to be like what? 1 mil? 1.2 up top, would you say? Yeah, 1 mil, I'd say for first.
Yeah, what else have we got? We've got the close. There are going to be some high rollers, of course, as well. Obviously, the schedule, I doubt, is full at the moment. There's going to be some room for things to slip in there. I think the clue is in the event numbers. There's a few gaps there that still haven't been filled just yet, so it's going to be a fun series for sure. Starting 13th of Feb and running until the 7th of March, when we will believe the 3rd of March is the main event final table of that one. But of course, that's a long way ahead. We've got this WPT series first. We've got tonight, this day one of the Super High Roller. Tomorrow,
a very fun
Super High final table.
A brewing. Yeah, I love this from Adrian. Ooh. Like this is just next level stuff from Adrian. Ali with the defend with the 5-3-0, a bit naughty, a bit cheeky, but goes for the check raise on the ace-6 deuce. And Adrian just realizing, look, he's got enough equity. He's got the king of clubs, even against like a made hand, like a 6x, or even like a top pair. And I believe just received word, Mr. Dempsey, that a certain Mr. Jeff Rose is waiting in the sidelines for us. There he is, man.
Coming in, pumped up, fired up.
What's up?
Jeff, how we doing?
Fellas, it's Happy New Year. It's been a while. How are you?
Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year.
Yeah, no, I think the last tournament we did, it was a high roller as well. I believe it was a 10K, or it might have been a 25. So it's good to pick up where we left off. What's been going on today?
Well, there's some stuff going on here. You just joined us. I don't know if you saw that hand just coming in. Mateus just 3-bet jam in the flop, ace high. Have some of that against Ali, but there's some battle lines have been drawn, I guess would be the best way to describe it so far.
Yeah. I see Damian Salas in there. He's not having a bad quarantine or COVID. He's been doing pretty well. See him everywhere and just winning main events, winning heads ups. And how's he been doing today?
Yeah, I mean, again, he's not been on here this long. Henry he got that nice bluff for a minute ago, didn't he? With Queen Jack, made 2 better hands fold on the river. Won a small pot of 8s earlier.
Yeah, got a sneaky double delayed c-bet through 2 very tough opponents, Jeff, Adrian and Victor. Managed to get, well, he had the worst of it and he managed to get 2 better hands to fold, so, could be extremely results orientated. It's 2021, so it's well played all round. And got a hand going on at the moment. Victor 3-betting UTG versus MP with the suited broadways, and I believe it's just going to go to showdown after betting flop, check turn. Yeah, I think we check this combo.
Who is Pablo B? I'm not sure I'm familiar with that. Everyone else, obviously, this is not a soft table, but who is that exactly? I've played with him. I forget.
Yeah, Pablo Brito, who won Million South America last year. Mm-hmm. So, no slouch, Jeff.
Okay, yeah, no, I had him tagged as a great player. I just forget his official name. So yeah, this is, I mean, man, I heard you earlier. I was tagging along and falling a bit, but you're right. I mean, there's no slouches. This is a 25K and some of just the world's best. So a treat. It's fun to watch. It's exciting. These are the ones you like doing. Not saying you guys don't like commentary, but when I do it, when you play the high roller ones, they're a little extra special to get to see the play. And also not just the final table. I'd say that's one of the nicest things here is doing the cards up and kind of getting to see the early stages, because obviously the final table, ICM, all these different things are exciting, big money at stake, right. But I think it's fun to see how they get there. How do these guys coordinate and find a way to make it there? So it's cool to see these early stages.
Definitely.
Yeah, we always see a lot of creative play early on in these high rollers, stuff that we wouldn't necessarily expect to see, and that's kind of makes it fun. And I find, Jeff, I mean, I don't know, you're quite sort of tapped into the poker world perhaps a bit more than I am, but when we say like a 2-month break or a 3-month break from covering these events and come back in, and suddenly you see stuff that seems to be happening a lot more regularly by the whole population. Like these guys, the trends just move on so quickly. They're playing across so many sites. All that. But
yeah.
What was 3 months ago's crazy play is now the norm, and vice versa.
Well, I think the majority of us out there, the most studying we're doing is catching Pad's hand review on Instagram each day on PL Solver and acting like we've been there. But it's tough, man. It's interesting when you see someone do something crazy or different. You're like, man, that might not be good, or it seems weird. But that's the fun part. When you see something here, you get to like think about it and then maybe ask someone who's in the matrix and try to figure out what's going on, because stuff does just change. What was like the year saying Sam Grafton had that tweet, like each year was a thing, and then 2017 or 18 was crypto, and then like every year is something new. It's like I feel like it's every month or every 2 months. It's like quarterly now, right? Stuff is accelerating, and people's games are changing quickly. And what was right last year is you're left in the dust at some degree. Actually, you could get left behind so much that it could work out, right? Like it could have been like 3 years ago. It was good, and then it missed, and now you're just like still there, and you're actually back on track. It's a bit. Yeah,
just
confusing,
wait till they catch back up around with you. You're one of the best again. That's how it works. Guys, look who's joined the table. I was just mentioning him before. Won the High Roller Club leaderboard in the summer. Rock Gostisa joins the empty seat. It's going to be fun as Ibinger goes after Mateus again. This time he's going to get a little jam in the eye, I feel.
It's a really good point you make there, Jeff, by the way, about these cycles of trendiness, if you will. I was just talking about that with my flatmate right now. He hasn't been online for about 4 months after having a very solid result back in September, but he's like, yeah man, they're doing this a lot more now, but they're still like making a ton of mistakes post flop and whatnot, which was interesting to hear. But he's on a different level to me. So when he talks, I just like pretend I understand what he's talking about, and then it's similar to the Pads Instagram story. You like
not on smile.
You just sat there nodding at Pads. You're like, yes, Pads. I know exactly that spot that you're talking about.
Yeah, they're almost stressful when you look at some of those hands and situations. But then when he starts out like this is like 60-40 check back or not, like those are fun because you can't really get it wrong. Like on like what he says, a lot of those spots are sort of close, or even that's a funny part about the solver world, or when you talk about spots or situations or what to do. A lot of the time it's not 100%. The ones that are 100% are usually pretty obvious, and then there's some that are like 80-20 or 70-30, what the solver would suggest, and it's still you can kind of always cop out a bit, like, oh yeah, well I just I was in the 30% that one, like I decided to bet. So it's what poker's so fun. There's so much information. I don't know if you guys have mentioned this. Speaking of WPT, the Hard Rock, I know in South Florida got like 1,695 entrants, something like that. I think it was the third largest ever WPT. So people are chomping at the bit to get back and playing live. And I think they were one of the first, the World Poker Tour, taking a chance on the live, putting a guarantee up. They could have maybe been a little more ambitious. They put $1 million, and I think it got what, I don't know the math. It was like probably closer to, what is that? It's 1,700 times 3,500. I think it was over that.
I think really
day one,
wow.
700 entrants is times 35 is over 2 million. Yeah, they got well, I think it was over 5 million.
Wow.
Or whatever. It's a lot, right? They got way over. They weren't even close, and it just showed. I mean, I saw the alternates were going towards the end of the night. Like even on day 1B, I was sweating updates, and I saw like alternate number 300 at like 10 p.m. On day 1B was coming in. So I mean, they were. Yeah, it's a good sign. I mean, I think poker people are ready to go, and people are ready to play.
I agree. I think as soon as the doors open for these live events, there's just going to be a massive live poker boom, man. We're going to be sick of it after 6 months, but the first 6 months, we're going to be jet lagged, we're going to be hungover, we're going to be missing flights, we're going to be getting charged for late hotel checkouts. It's just going to be amazing. I can't wait. Oh, excuse me, sir. You forgot to check out. You were meant to check out 2 hours ago. That's an extra $100 for your room. Okay.
They never charge for those, right? It's always. I mean, they just try to shoot you out the door, but I've never seen anyone get tacked on. So that'd be pretty tilting.
Yeah, you just get the awkward knock on the door from the maid, or sometimes the maid just walks in. You're like, oh. Time to go. You just give me 10 minutes, please. Let me brush my teeth at least.
Yeah, no, it's live poker is. I think it's going to come back in a big way. I think the talk about. I haven't seen an active line, but the World Series happening in the summer. I don't know what it is. I mean, vaccines are out. Like the WPT's doing events, so I guess it's going to happen. But it does seem like it's not a guarantee.
I don't know. Yeah, it's something I was wondering, Jeff, with that in particular, because I've been wondering it myself, and I'm thinking, obviously I feel pretty certain it'll be this year, but whether it'll be in the summer or not, or whether it'll be like in the autumn, September, October time, something like that. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see how the next couple of months goes on live poker.
For sure.
But do you think it will happen in the summer then? Is that when, in your mind? I don't know if you know anything or what kind of thinking is.
I think it's a good line. At first I was thinking it was November for the Bahamas for party poker. I thought that's like a pretty safe to say it's going to happen, but I would have to look at the current line, but I think I would say I think it'll happen at WSOP, even though I don't know, June comes fast. It's already February. It's really good.
I just wonder if I'll push it back.
Yeah.
So what have you been up to, Jeff, since we last spoke about a month ago? Are you just like heavily into the online grind and studying for when live does return? Are you into crypto? Are you just with the family? Like what's going on?
I did a little everything. Some focusing on podcasts, but I actually did get COVID. I had over the holidays. I was in Brazil. Been traveling a bit, and kind of expected that would happen, but luckily pretty mild overall symptoms. Just lost a little smell and taste, and just been trying to. I really am interested in studying a lot more. I just think it's something that I've realized, like between doing streaming, between doing podcasts and some other stuff, it's like sort of taken a back seat and just kind of motivated and excited to try to get back to what I believe is, I just like, like you said, there's a lot going on. And then these guys are obviously the best in the world, and they're doing intense stuff. So I'm kind of, I'm excited. I'm excited about poker. Just got legalized in Michigan. That's my home state. My parents live, and I think Party Poker, MGM, and Stars and some other sites are coming in there. So I think it's literally officially open, but not maybe the poker yet. I think the sports is open, and now the sites are officially like ready. So that's a good sign. Seeing the WPT Hard Rock's a good sign. At the Hollywood in South Florida. So like, there's a lot of good signs for poker. I think it's going to be, kind of a boom again. And I believe that, which I don't know where you guys stand on that, but that's something I think like the argument is, there's solvers and the game's harder, but like, this is a very specific event, right? Like 25K, 10Ks online. Like this is almost like an ego thing, right? These guys all are world class within some degree. And it's sort of like, all right, like we're crushing other places, we're crushing events, and let's see who's like really crushing and who's the best or who's running the best. And that's like what's happening. So I think it's, people could say, like solvers and this and that, but like the reality is, like, you go to a 3,500 and there's 1,700 entries, some good value in that tournament. And when you're online and you're playing 3,200 WPT Montreal, or you're playing, with 500 big game, these type of things, like 300, whatever, any buying $10, $20 tournaments, like there is a lot of value, and a lot of people are getting into poker. And that's the important part about poker, an ecosystem. You learn, you take your licks, you study, you progress, you get better, and then other people are coming. It's sort of like that. And if the game stops growing and new people aren't coming in, that's a big problem. But I think it's a healthy economy right now. I really do. And I think it's if you want to get better and put some work in and play and practice and talk, there's gonna be opportunity to do well, and I think that's a good sign for everybody.
Yeah, definitely. I think you hit the nail on the head there as well. That like these like 10K online 10K 25Ks, they are the poker elite, the people that are playing in these, and game selection is a very strong trait to have when it comes to the games that you decide to play in, and just making sure that you're the best player in the home games or live games that you're in.
Game selection's the most underrated thing in poker. Everyone talks about this, like do this, what do you do in this spot? Just game select, man. Just this is the most important thing in poker. You can be the ninth worst player in the world. If you're playing against the 8 who are worse than you, you're going to win. If you're the ninth best in the world and you're playing against the 8 better, you're going to lose. It's just above all else. Like, that doesn't mean you shouldn't study and try and get better, but just get in the good games.
Yeah, and I mean, that's easier said than done potentially, but it's also, Henry, you're saying be the best in your game. I mean, you don't have to be the best, right? You just can't. You want to be above middle of the pack and have a chance, and also make exploits and adjustments. So I think that's it's important to be realistic too. And honestly, some people that play in home games that know they're not one of the better players, sometimes that is about trying to learn, or competitiveness and getting to play with better players and all that. So it depends. I think it's important to be realistic with what you're doing and be realistic of where you're at. And, that's important. I think that's ego is a big thing in poker, obviously. And I think the people that are willing to say they need to do work, that are willing to take a deep look at what's going on and where they're at. It's because poker's tricky too with results oriented. You could play the entire COVID period or this quarantine the last year, let's say. You could be losing, and you could actually be playing well and maybe running really bad. And you also could be winning and not playing well, right? Like over a year sample, let's say. And it's just you gotta find ways, whether it's with database stuff or my game, going through hands, talking with people, and be realistic, because it's easy to cop out too and say I'm not running well. I mean, I saw Phil Galfond tweet was amazing about like they mashed up a minute of Negreanu and a minute of Polk, both basically like saying how bad they're running and like it's like crazy and whatever, and it just like shows you the perspective that how players think, right? Like that was it was a brilliant mashup, and it's just so true. Like there's times too where I've thought I'm playing well, or I'm winning, I do okay, and I like wasn't playing well, and there's times where I'm running bad, or or whatever, vice versa, where I think I'm like, oh, I'm running so bad, and I go over some hands or review some stuff, and I'm like, man, I've done some shocking stuff where I really shouldn't be 4 tabling or 6 tabling. I'm like, I'm more of a 1 table jockey, like this is, I'm starting to like, yeah, it's important to be honest, and it's easier said than done. So I think that's a big thing if you're, looking to find an honest way to evaluate your game. And that's not always easy.
Speaking of some stuff, that was a spicy little line from Matthias in that last hand. 3-way button versus the 2 blinds. Check raised the flop with a gut shot. Picked up a second gut shot on the turn. Fired again. Got Annie to lay it down. But that's exactly it, man. These guys, they play. Like Matthias Eibinger, going hard against Ali. And Ali back at it next hand. 2 4s. So flat this one. Malinowski will as well with 6-7 from the big. The ace-10-5 flop. No help to anybody. An anticlimactic flop.
I bet small, right? I don't know. Actually, it's so funny. I don't know what. It's really. It's so interesting because the times that I've watched some high level poker recently and seen some stuff that I'm just like I'm like scared to even guess sometimes because it really is. It does seem like there's some new lines and new stuff going on. A lot of bigger bets and
Jeff.
It's very.
You called a small bet there from Ali, and that's what he went with. But I'm kind of surprised. I mean, Rock open under the gun. Ace-10 flop. He doesn't have that many check folds, does he? Having opened under the gun, you think a lot of hands are going to check calls. I'm kind of surprised to see him slip a bit out of that with the 2 4s. But
I mean, in that spot, I think the board still it is pretty dry. I mean, he's going to fold out all deny equity, fold out all like the exact those type of hands 6, 7, 8, 9, those type of things. And if he gets called, I think generally I see if you get called and you bet with a pair on a board like that, depending on the turn, it's going to just check down and take your free river card. I mean, typically that's kind of what I would expect in that spot, but obviously it does depend on the board. The ace-10 rag rainbow was ace-10-5 rainbow. I don't know. What do you think, Henry? That's what I expect. I think he would just, if he got called, would just check most turns.
Yeah, I agree. I think if we get called, reevaluate turn. How about this one though, boys and girls? Pocket nines, pocket queens for Eibinger, and we're going to have a huge flip. 35, 36 bigs effective, plus the dead money.
Ty's probably playing 14 tables, so this is not a slow roll.
The 25k is not important enough to 1 table. Picks up a bunch of equity on the turn, gut shot and flush draw, but does break out. Malinowski with the double. Matthias is still with over 1.5 times starting chips. 1k, 2k here in the WPT Montreal online super high roller. Malinowski winning flips. Jeff, that's not what the field want to see.
No.
I think you're always rooting. it was him or Eibinger, right? So I mean, good luck.
Yeah, you're just rooting for knockouts at this point. Everyone here is dangerous. I mean, man, Damian Salas. So what he won the WSOP Europe, and then he went and picked up it was $1 million, right? I didn't really get to see any of that. I didn't follow it too closely, but I know the heads up match. I think he just got an extra $1 million. Was it a clean $1 million for first they played for?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I didn't watch any of it though. Like I don't know if it was streamed, if it was on YouTube, or whether it's going to be released later on. I don't know.
I thought it was on ESPN. Maybe not the heads up match. Maybe it was just the WSOP main event in Vegas one. And I saw there was someone who had COVID and couldn't go. Right? The or someone.
Yeah, Pesh.
Yeah,
that's all I knew about it. Pesh got kind of like DQ'd. He had COVID.
Yeah. Pesh was in this event, I believe, in this 25k. It might still be in. I'm sure I saw his name in there.
What do you think the best ROI is for someone in this field? Is it like 1.25? Like, is it? I mean, can it even be that high?
Man, I said this before you came on, Jeff. At these tournaments, I don't know why these guys register. I mean, what it is at the end of the day, these people are competing, and everyone thinks they've got an edge because that's what competitors do. They believe in themselves, but I find it hard to think someone's got much. I mean, you're hoping. Something like this, you get a few satellite qualifiers in, but even then, like, they're not going to be bad. They're just going to be not elite. Man, I'd love to know what the best players' ROI is in these kind of events. It can't be a whole lot, but maybe it is. Hey, what do we know? Maybe there are people crushing these.
Oh, definitely. Definitely people here with very significant edges over the rest of the field. We're just, we don't have that brain capacity to see it, James, the naked eye.
No, fair enough, man.
But yeah, I think
Bosses are going to boss.
Adrian.
No, there is. I just think it's like, it's when you're playing the 3200 WPT on Party Poker, which is, there's going to be a lot of value. There's a lot of satellites, and there's a lot of just value in general. And the bigger field size is what we're talking, like 30, 40 entrant fields with the best, and there is value, but it's just harder to find, and it's just different. I mean, you got to imagine, like, what do you think, Henry, the top ROI is in a 3200? I mean, you could have a pretty big ROI in an event like that, in the 3200 WPT versus this. Like, it's going to be significantly different.
Yeah, it's gonna be much bigger, right? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
wouldn't
especially
know, like, numbers wise, but yeah, it'd be significantly bigger.
I mean, the thing with that is obviously your ROI is one of the largest factors of the ROI is, of course, field size in a tournament. In a main event, you're going to get much larger fields, so you do get more opportunities to exert that edge. But yes, like, there's obviously going to be some people in there crushing that field. Here's another fun one coming up. Victor opening up King 4 suited. Rock finds Ace King off, and Ibinger with Ace King suited in the big. I say fun one. I think we're going to see 5 cards and see if someone makes a flush, but see how they go about getting it in.
Yeah.
Rock, huge favourite with 2 flush draws.
That old one. That old chestnut, Jeff. You haven't heard that one for a while, have you?
That's true. This is likely.
Jeff invented this. Jeff invented that, man. Like, he's been streaming for years. He used to stream and he'd be like, well, I'm a favourite, I got 2 flush draws, Jeff knows what I'm on
That
about.
old joke. I mean, it never gets old. Everyone who's played poker has heard it 1,000 times, but you have to still chuckle a little bit when you hear it.
That would be a good straw poll, like, for the audience, like, I think you'd be surprised. And not this audience, because it's advanced. This is, I'm saying, like, full population voting like poker. I think you'd be surprised. I think we'd all be surprised actually at what people think is ahead, or it wouldn't be lopsided. I think it'd be pretty.
It sounds right. I mean, you can sell it. Like, he's got 2 flush draws. You just convince someone.
Yeah, you just show a couple times when it happened, right? And then you're like, oh yeah, makes sense. I say, Matthias is just thinking, I just had 260. Here I am. I'm in premium tier 1s.
Oh,
that's
wow.
pure.
I was joking when I said, let's see if someone hits a flush, but it is Matthias Ibinger who does it. Lost that flip, but gets it all back with interest up to 300k, or just shy of. Of course, 100k starting stacks. And he's got 3 lives in that stack.
Yeah, I wonder how long it takes to make back the EV just lost in that spot there in Rock in an online 25k Ace King versus Ace King. That's
right, all 25ks.
That's pretty sick. I'd
Right,
like
that's
to
the
plug
problem,
that in
right?
a
Exactly
EV calculator. Damn. What's up, Pappy Van Winkle, Ghost, Ivan, Arena Runner? Thanks for joining us. Just in time for some brutality from the dealer.
Some spice. We're going with. We're back in style with this WPT Montreal online 25k super high roller. We've got some of the best in the world duking it out. That prize pool
I remember
there is still going on.
Last year, James, when we first started doing the remote commentary, and we were trying to figure out what live event we would, finally meet up at. And I'm fairly sure we said, yeah, we'll probably see each other at the playground for WPT. For the party poker minis. We're like, yeah, January, February, playground Canada. I was like, yeah, that's a good one. It's a bit cold, but everyone loves going to the playground, so it's a really cool event. And here we are, sat at home in front of our desks. It's still not over.
Sat at home. Jeff, this man's in Costa Rica living the life. He's not sat at home.
You need to pronounce it correctly, James. It's Costa Rica, all right?
I have to do the Americanization, or is that the... How is it supposed to be said?
It's like that's the Melbourne thing. Yeah, it's always a tricky one, but yeah. What's the reason on that? That's just how it is. It's Costa. That's the proper pronunciation. I'm not sure.
Oh no,
I don't know if that. You're sure that you're not getting like the tourists getting trolled. They just mess with.
No, it's like Phil Galfond and that were telling me that, they're like, why are you pronouncing it Costa Rica? And I'm like, I don't know, because I'm British. They're like, it's Costa Rica. And I was like,
no,
okay.
It's our Henry. Fight. It's our language. Stick up your fight. If they're gonna speak English, they gotta pronounce the words the right way. Come on, we gotta fight.
I don't know, man. I just like responded. I was like, where's the A between the O and the S? Right. But I couldn't be bothered to argue with them. You
saw it was Galfond. You said you just assume Galfond's right because he's a genius, but sometimes geniuses get it wrong. Speaking of getting it wrong, Damien Salas peels his 3-bet with 2 6s against Pablo's queens. Jack 9-4 rainbow flop. Little loose, perhaps.
Yeah, it seems a bit out there, but when you're the reigning European WSOP main event champ and the heads-up best player in the world, you take a couple X, you peel a little wider probably for the coming year. I think that's allowed, but it does seem a bit out of line. And here's a board where you get 3-bet and you're just kind of just pure. You're in no man's land. You think he peels one here? No, he can't.
Can't peel one, obviously still ahead against ace king, ace queen, ace 10, king queen, just those types of hands. But as you said, just seeing it in no man's land going to be really tough to show down a winner there.
It's also in a field like this too. The guys are just playing so well post flop, and he's probably just gonna get barreled on there. It's not fun. See an ace 7 suited under the gun fold there. He's got 33.5, almost 34 blinds. 6-handed, right? So he's... I don't know. What do you think about that fold, ace 7 suited?
I mean, versus this lineup? Yeah.
Yeah, but 6-handed? I don't know. I mean, that might be a leak. I'm taking some notes on the side today, too. This is like a note, for sure a note session, but that to me seems very tight. And I'm tight, but that, I don't know. James? Where are you on that?
I think it's if he hadn't just opened and got 3-bet peeled and lost on the flop the last hand, he would have opened this one. That's where I'm at. It's one of those. You're just like, okay, I'm a little shy for the next hand. I'm gonna fold the close spots.
Yeah.
I don't think it can be much either way. They're gonna, as Henry says, this lineup opening up on the gun. It's just gonna be tough a lot of time. As Jeff was saying earlier, guys, if that's the 3K WPT online, hey, maybe we get that one on open because you're not gonna get punished as much. These guys aren't gonna go hard, but maybe in this field, you can just hide in that little cave, wait for a better hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously the blind structure here as well gives us that opportunity to just wait around, pick our spots wisely. Yeah, who will be opening into Adrian's big blind, Victor on the button? Yeah, just look down at the ace-7 and say, throw it to the dealer. So we're playing down to the money today, James, and then we're covering the final table of this tomorrow.
Yes.
Nice.
So you see there saying next payout 9th. So we have reached the threshold to pay more than the final table. So we'll come back with a couple of tables tomorrow, minimum. 47 players currently in real time with 40 minutes left. Yeah,
the fact that the World Poker Tour had this big of a turnout and they they ran the event. I guess it depends a bit on Florida kind of law and just what's going on, right? Because it can depend, but I would think that's a pretty good sign that the WSOP is going to go off at the right time, you know, because also the vaccine, there's still like a few more months for that to happen. But I just I would be surprised if it doesn't. But like you said, it could get pushed back even a couple months. Maybe that's like the
right.
But I think WSOP just seems like it works in the summer though, right? Like people, tourists, people that are hobby, they have time off. I don't know, maybe everyone's working mobile and remotely now anyway. I think the world has like really changed, which I don't think we've all really thought about, but I just think like a lot of industries and things are going to be shifted, and people are going to be approaching things differently now, in a lot of respects in a lot of industries. But yeah, I don't know. I just think like it makes sense to have it in the summer. So I think they'll do their best to do that.
Jeff, I think it would all come down to, as you say, I mean, the reason it's in the summer at the World Series is because it's the time when the convention space isn't used. I mean, there aren't conventions in the summer, like you say, people on holidays, so it makes sense to have it then. But the question of whether they can or not, and what the convention bookings are like for later in the year for other events, whether they're going ahead, and all that, the World Series, I guess we'll have to juggle up. And we know it's the most profitable thing that the Rio kind of have to do, the World Series. It obviously makes more than the conventions, but at the same time, it's best to have it in the summer for them. But we'll see. I mean, I'm actually hoping it's a little later, because obviously I want to have the summer. I want to have my summer in Europe and then go over there just as the weather turns, man. That's the best. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it flips. Maybe they start doing the WSOP in Christmas time or something, or over the holidays. But I guess, or like right after, right? Like January, like New Year's. You hit New Year's in Vegas and then you turn on for the World Series. Like that doesn't seem like the worst time to do, like January 3rd through mid-February. So the weather would be more pleasant in Vegas. People still kind of have. I guess it's not. Kids have break, but I don't know. It just seems to me that would make more sense. I mean, I heard talk of even moving the World Series to like Florida or some other place. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's I think it's wide open, right? I wouldn't be surprised if there's like major changes in that respect in some.
No, I think
coming up here.
I think you're right there, Jeff. Good phrasing. I wouldn't expect them, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think most likely it'll be the same. But yeah, if suddenly it's a big uproot, then you wouldn't be shocked. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah, I mean, isn't the World Cup, like they put it in Qatar, which that's a whole ordeal. But I think it's like 120 degrees during the day in the summer there, so they built like air conditioned fields, like some massive stadiums that will never be used again. But I did hear, I think they pushed it right to, I believe they pushed it to winter of 2022, but I'm not sure on that either.
No, there was talk of it, but they wanted it before they built the air conditioned stadium. They wanted to move to winter, but obviously it's just impossible with the European leagues where they are. You can't. You'd have to be halfway through the season, then it wouldn't work.
Yeah, that's true.
Check that out. I thought they did move it. I thought I did hear that.
Actually, I think you're actually right. I'm just having a look now. Yeah, it has been moved. You're quite right.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm assuming they're moving it provisionally, right? And then if travel is safe and everything's safe again by summer of 2032.
No, I remember it now. Like Jeff said it, because it happened a couple of years ago. I'm just reading the things. I do remember it now. And it's the whole palaver that it was going to mess with the leagues, but it has been done.
Wow.
I've forgotten about that. Wow. So, Jeff, apologies there.
Actually, no worries. I didn't know, actually. I just heard I heard it mentioned very strongly, but the Olympics is actually interesting too, because that was moved to, they didn't know what they were going to do. They pushed it back 1 year, and now as it would even be ready then. And at some point too, people have to make plans in advance to travel and go to do that. So I haven't really followed that closely, but my understanding is that's coming in the summer of this summer. But again, maybe it might not be, because it's still too close. So we'll see. But I would think it's going to happen, because I mean, honestly, if they don't do it now, like they can't really do it. I don't think they could do it in 2022.
I'd be so shocked if that didn't go ahead. Like this right. The infrastructure's in place now with all the necessary testing and whatnot. But
I guess some of the they can limit stadiums or whatever. They can do stuff and still have them compete. And They'll probably get it done.
Fortunately for
Set here
Adrian,
for Pablo.
yeah, I was about to say there's a lot of hearts dead. Could have potentially been GG SPR just over 3 had he decided to fire out continuation bet. Always going to call one here as well, I assume, on the King 7-3-3. Most spades in his hand. Don't see him folding to half pot. It's a dream river card for Pablo. Praying that 8 of spades to complete Adrian's flush draw. Unfortunately for him, Adrian not going to be able to. Wow, yeah, I mean,
I like this bet size
sizing, right?
because it's awesome. You get some value, and then you also, if he does hit a flush, you basically force him to jam. Very interesting sizing. Gets away from it.
Ghost of M coming in hot. Those of you looking for some games with added value, the Jeff Gross Poker PLO Hope game, man. Alright.
Here we go.
You 4-card fans out there?
Yeah, I had to switch it to. I changed it. I love PLO too much to not have the home game be in PLO. It's just makes sense. James, we talked about this. I'm shocked that PLO hasn't taken over. Like, you know, Hold'em's fun. Hold'em tournaments are great, but I don't know. It's just something like PLO. It's just such a. It's all the games that I know that are private and high stakes. Well, actually, I shouldn't say high stakes. Like home games in general that I know of are basically PLO now. That seems to be changed, but like.
Yeah, it's just more fun, isn't it? I mean,
as I say, I don't understand at casinos like how the still majority are Hold'em. It's a little bit shocking to me, truthfully. I actually didn't realize how long PLO has been around. Like I look back at like Henman Mobs and stuff, and guys were like, you know, WSOP PLO has been around forever too. Like the events they've been running for a long time. But
I think the dominance of Hold'em is in terms of like casino games and all sorts of games is pretty like a North American thing. I think if you go in Europe, you're going to find more Omaha games than Hold'em, at least very close mix.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it used to be the case in the UK. There were no Hold'em games. Like that wasn't a thing. Everyone played Omaha. That was when I first started. That was it. You couldn't get a Hold'em cash game. It didn't exist. But yeah, I think people enjoy it. It makes more sense for a home game, that lively atmosphere, Jeff. You know, everyone's getting in the mix. You don't get punished for playing as many hands. It's just a bit more sociable. So I think for sure home games goes that way. But yeah, I'm with you. The only thing I will say is
for playing as many hands.
Well,
we're talking about the same game.
Well, Henry, okay, you VPIP 30% in Omaha and VPIP 30% in Hold'em, and let me know which one you do better in.
Okay.
Definitely play more hands. Don't VPIP 30%. Just don't do it. Just go. You can go like 50% in Omaha. Come on, man. Just go.
You just can't though. You just can't go.
No.
Like, are you trying to win or just trying to have fun? Or are you just trying to have fun?
I'm trying to do both.
Beautiful. This is why poker is alive. Look at this. We got two of the best, and they're not close on what they're agreeing on here. I mean, this is why poker is a thing. Everyone's worried about this and solver that. Doesn't matter, man. It just doesn't matter. Poker's thriving.
I'm game selection, man. Just getting the right game. VPIP 50%. Let's go.
All right, man. Put me in, and I'll VPIP 50%. I think the reason there isn't as much PLO at casinos is like for me personally, at least from like a game theory point of view, I think PLO is just way too more technical than Hold'em, and the recreational players, although you know the way they see it is, oh well, I'm always going to have 30%. You know, I'm going to book 2 out of 7 winning sessions a week rather than the 1 out of 7 that I book in the really tough Hold'em game. But I think the problem is because of how easy it is to fall into that trap, that mindset. Well, oh, I've got Ace Jack 7 deuce double suited. You know, I'm just going to call a 3-bet. People go broke pretty quickly in Omaha. You know, they see these like double suited hands and these raggy aces. They're like, well, I would play ace deuce suited in Hold'em, so you know, why not play ace jack 7 deuce double suited in Omaha in a 3-bet pot out of position against 3 players? So I just think like the ecology. I think these guys just get eaten up too quickly.
Is that not a call? I'm in there.
Yeah, me and Jeff are in.
I'm playing, man. I don't know one guy I'd play with that would fold that hand. I don't know one person in my game that I play would ever fold that. Yeah,
man,
never. They might take it upstairs. They might check the temperature. That might just see. You might see it in there with that. So,
man, I hope Richard Grieco never listens to this. He's just going to be sat there listening, like just cringing about taking it upstairs with those chicks.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's going to be on the phone to you, Jeff. Like, hey, Jeff. It is. It's like, hey Jeff, you know those games you were talking about, man? You want 10% of my action?
It's hard, man. I'll tell you what. The more results, that's always the issue, right, James? The more results you have, there's like an inflection point, but like at a certain point, you're scary to people. But if you become like a Trickett or a Helmuth or Esfandiari, a certain name power, it doesn't matter. But like if you get caught in that middling like crusher world, it can be very dangerous and very hard to get in games. So I don't know. You got to be careful.
True.
You either got to go all out or stay undercover. Yeah.
Yeah. Under the radar.
Yeah, I've had this discussion like with some of the best online PLO players in the world, and you know they just don't get invited to any of these big juicy games. But then, like you said, Phil Galfond, Phil Hellmuth, you know, these guys would just get invited because people want to say, "Oh, I bluffed the Galfond off of a hand," or "I lost the 100k pot against one of the best PLO players in the world." It's all about like the stories that come out of it. But yeah, a lot of these online crushers just don't get invited because they might not have the star power, the personality. They're there with the hoodies and headphones rather than, when the fun player says, "Hey, Henry, flick in the quadruple straddle." I'm like, all right, there you go, Bob. Let's play 10, 20, 40, 80. Why not?
There we go. Flicking it in. That's what I think it's done from the big blind here. Segarech has flop top pair. Is going to bet and take it down. One assumes. And guys, we're going to reach the first break of the evening on this WPT Montreal online at 25k. So guys, please don't go far. Myself, Henry, and Jeff will be back in 5 minutes for more of this action here on Party Poker.
Peace.
Just final tabled the Irish Open last week. I was there myself. He finished in 6th or 7th place. Went into that final table pretty sharply, played well, picked his spots. Couldn't really get anything going, but he never had that many chips.
You kids are much better. I'm just
but I saw or seen Andy Black here in the final table that as well. A bunch of people came over, but those who have played the Irish Open before, it's not an easy tournament final table. You have to go through a lot.
I actually flew over here with Sam just a couple of days ago directly from Dublin.
Go within every hand.
Was he in good form in a sense?
Yeah, I mean, he came into that table short. In fact, I think he was the shortest, if not the second shortest stack. So he finished in like 6th or so, and after it was hard for him to make anything happen.
I know Duhamel's ahead, but it's really the same hand, isn't it? So it's really going to be a question of who takes the lead here for you.
There's a lot of flops where they both miss, and anyone who bets will take it down. This is, however, not one of them.
It's not the same hand at all.
This is a flop where they can get all of their money in right now. Top 2 versus top pair in a nut flush draw. They both have absolute monster hands. Hummel happens to be way ahead here only because Alex, both ace and 6 is no good here. That's pretty unlucky, and he's only drawing to the flush.
Dog in this pot. But
this could be a really big pot depending on what Torelli does here, whether he decides to call here or if he decides to raise. That'll dictate what could be the biggest pot we've had so far.
And just think this through with me if you're Torelli. If you do raise there, you know, do you never get action except from a bigger ace, perhaps? So is that why he's chosen to call, or is he just being deceptive?
Then you also build a pot for when you hit your 10 of spades in the turn there. But I mean, it's really lucky for Duhamel that Torelli decided to just flat, and John will put Torelli on a lot of flush draws here. He could potentially check this back here, and then reevaluate in the river depending on what Alec does. I hope that John can check back here and then call Torelli's bet on the river, because it puts him in a bad spot if he bets here and then Torelli check raises him.
Yeah, but I mean, really, Torelli's range is a lot more than flush draws.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
he has aces. He has aces here all the time, like the ace jacks and ace queens. Also ace tens. Four flushes, but his range usually going to be a big ace here or now a made flush.
Being that Torelli has the ace of spades, you know, he must be thinking that Duhamel
is bluffing.
Right. I mean, what has he got?
Right.
What does he value betting
so
here?
that's why we might see a call. A call
and a check on the river as well?
Definitely possible.
Call.
Yep.
He has gone for the call. This pot's really big, and
I wonder if Alec checks it again, if John is going to bet for value. If it's a non-spade, I think John will bet for value. He probably puts Alec on a hand like ace-jack or ace-queen with maybe a spade along with it at this point.
Check.
And John is going to bet for value, and he's going to be very surprised when he's check-raised here.
Well, Duhamel's only got just over a pot. You know, he's got 26 back, Duhamel. Torelli's got more.
Yeah, so if John makes any sizable bet here, he's committing his stack.
Right, he almost...
And Torelli's definitely going to move all in.
I think that's about 14 or 15. I mean, it looks like...
Yeah, John basically bet half of his stack.
All in.
And now Alec moves all in, and this would be really tough for John to get away from here, because he's just committed so much. Yeah, he just doesn't even think about it and calls.
They'll have to count these down, but it looks like Duhamel has been broken in this pot.
I think the only way he could have prevented that is if he checked back one of the streets. He could have checked back the turn and then just called on the river. But it was really Alec played the hand really sneaky, and I totally understand why John would think his ace is up.
All right, guys, welcome back. WPT Montreal online, 25k super high roller. Myself and Jeff back. Henry would be back. Here he is, Mr. Kilbane. Going to join us as well as we're going to jump back into the action. And fun stuff, guys. These 25ks, watching some of the best in the business.
Yeah, man. I mean, the lineup is. You don't want any of these players on your table ever. If you can avoid being on the same table as any of these guys, then you're happy about life.
Here we go. Look, we joined this table, and it looks like Nick Petrangelo got caught with his hands in the cookie jar. Just caught the end of the hand in barreling off there with what was a flopped open ender, I guess, in a damo with a set. Said, thank you very much for the 70k. But look at this new table, as you're saying. I mean, what a lineup. Petrangelo, Dharma, Tim Adams, DP to Sam Greenwood. And then, of course, this Christopher Brewer, Henry, that is or isn't this beast. That's the unknown.
Some WPT winners in here as well. Some players in the mix with their name already on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. And yeah, I mean, T Adams, DP, Greenwood, Nicky P, Adamo, Chris Brewer. Man, this is the Twitch content we're here for, right? Just get to chill out on a Sunday evening, afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, and watch the best in the business go after it.
I guess my question is, when Timothy Adams and Adamo and David Peters and Sam Greenwood and Petrangelo, I mean, just whatever, any of these guys, like, what do they say? Like, do you think, I mean, how deep in, I would love to see like the note cards or the Trello or the Google sheet on what they're doing. Like, how intense those notes must be, right? Like, what are they saying? Like, is David Peters talking smack on Adams? Like, do you think he's with his group? Like, man, Adams is soft on his turn C-bet sizings. Like, how crazy are their notes? Like, what are they doing? Like, the dissect, like, you know what I'm saying? What's happening there? Where is the difference? Like, what is there one? Like, I mean, because what's happening? Someone tell me what they're doing. Because, like, I just got to know. I don't know where, like, Greenwood, you know, at what point is can you separate them at that level? That's where I'm having a hard time.
I think it's really tough, man. I think the only way that we ever really get an insight to that is by speaking to people like Ike, and when we've had pads on, sometimes, you know, we get the rare treat of these guys streaming every once in a while. We get to see the different labels that they have. You see like a brown tag, a red tag, a purple tag, and you're like, well, hang on a minute. You've got 3 of the perceived best in the world, all with different tags. You know, like, what does that mean? You know, like, how have you differentiated these 3 animals? And every now and then we get treated to, you know, a bit of insight as to, you know, the difference in their note-taking system, if you will. But the reality is, Jeff, is, you know, to us, I don't even know what we want to like call ourselves compared to these guys. We just don't know.
Right. All right, we see very interesting here. Adamo going for a 4x and right into tier 1. Timothy Adams wakes up with the goods, but pretty interesting. Adamo's definitely known for the big sizings and over bets, even showing us pre-flop. And that's definitely pretty unconventional. Like, rarely are you seeing 4x pre-flop in the small blind. At least I'm not used to seeing that. Not too often I get hit in the 500 daily with the 4x out of the small blind when you're relatively deep stacked. What do you think about that? Queen 5 off, it just seems it's different. It's not what I'm used to, that's for sure. I mean, he ran into it, right? But it's curious to see, like, what, you know, some hands where when Adams has, he's going to fold a lot, I guess, to a 4x, and then he's also going to have some calls. But yeah, very, very, very curious. That's something I'm not used to seeing.
Well, it's another one of those one of those things that you kind of mentioned and hit the nail on the head before. With, we see these things now, and then next time we're here in 3 months or 4 months, it's kind of become a trend and everyone's doing it. And it's just that at the moment when we see these new things being tried out by these elite players, until it gets, you know, until like a video breakdown or a theory breakdown as to why they're doing these things is released, or, you know, gets popular on YouTube, or some content creator goes into, you know, in depth with it, it's really tough to say. And there's so many things that we see in these high rollers that to the naked eye you just think, hang on a minute, like, what's he doing that for? And then in 3 months time everyone's doing it, kind of thing. So yeah, man, I guess we'll see in a couple of months time. You know, maybe there's some weird logic behind the Queen 5-0. You know, we're blocking some of his queens, his ace queens, his 3-bet bluffs, his ace 5s. Yeah, I don't know, Jeff. You know, I don't understand the logic behind it. But
guys, I can tell you that in the break we did our draw for tickets. 2 $11 ticket winners are Great Cook 64 and Laffer RU. Congrats to you too. The $22 winner was quite aptly named Principal 22. So congrats to the 3 of you on winning those tickets. We do the draw every hour. If you want to get in the mix, fill out the form. The form is in the chat, or the link to the form is in the chat. Fill it out once and you are done forevermore. If you've done it on the previous series, you're all good. You're already entered. You don't need to fill it out again. If you've never filled it out, hit the link, fill it out, and you're on the chance of winning those prizes. Say 2 $11 tickets, 1 $22 ticket given away every hour we're online.
Bradley saying Henry's backdrop makes it. Sorry, go on, man.
No, I just want to plug my home game because I'm not streaming today, so I'm not playing in it, and it's a it's a nice added value. I think like the top 8 get added $11 Twitch ticket, and I think there's like 12 people right now. Usually gets 40 or 50, but it's final 8 get $11 Twitch ticket added, and it's a $5.50 re-entry PLO. So if you guys want to, if you're looking for some PLO and that's your price point, you got a good shot, about like $88 added. So if you guys want to just search in the Party Poker lobby, Jeff Gross Poker, it's there. So I'm not playing tonight, no bounty on my head, but if you guys want to play, it's some added value there as well. Gotta do it, man. James, it's PLO, man. It's a PLO home game. I don't think anyone else even does that. This is where it's got to go. So if you guys want to get in there, enjoy, and then Sunday nights I'll be there usually. So gotta throw it out there.
Get in the mix, guys.
I'm really,
get in Jeff's game.
Really glad you're trying to get people into PLO, Jeff. I appreciate it, man.
It's the right thing. It's just sometimes you gotta do the right thing. That is the right thing. I gotta ask you, since you're on a different, like the PLO mind of tournaments, because they seem to do very well at the WSOP. People seem to like them. Is there anything you would do to change though, to make them like with Annie or not Annie? Because I think I've seen some like different experimenting with that. What do you think on that? Because it feels like PLO tournaments could really pick up. I mean, a PLO KO tournament, I heard as I was coming on, you were just talking about upcoming series. Like, what's better than that? Yeah. There's literally not a better tournament you could have than a PLO knockout tournament. Like, I mean,
I'll tell you what, Jeff.
What are we doing?
You're playing a PLO knockout tournament. You're not following that Ace Jack 7 deuce double. That's all I know. You're sticking around with that bad boy. Let's see the flop. Let's send someone home.
That. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, give me your thoughts, Henry. Let's get this on the daily schedule. What's the deal on this?
Anti-list PLO tournaments can be pretty painful to watch, especially from like an entertainment point of view. I know both James and I have covered some PLO comps, and I remember one of the longest commentary sessions that I had was a 17-hour stint in the commentary booth. Came back to a PLO main event with 17 left, and we didn't crown a winner for 17 hours because it was anti-list. And then there was a lot of uproar. A lot of the players were like, next time around it just needs to have antis, because you can't play these 3 15-hour days in a row. It's just brutal on the body and mind, so it's pretty tough. I think antis do need to be introduced. I think big blind ante would probably be the way to go forward with them. Obviously online is completely different, but I think the main consensus to not having antis in PLO comps is because it's pot limit Omaha, and a lot of the work done, like the solver work that's been done, has been on anti-list PLOs. But
stop there. The fact that the solvers have been done on anti-list PLO should not change what we have as an event. That's even more reason to do it.
That's on our side. That's why we need to throw them in there. It's even like the perfect.
Exactly.
Perfect
more reason. Stop the vultures.
Yeah.
Cut their wings.
Yeah. Nice hand last hand. Christopher B getting it done there with the double gut shot, turned it and barreled into. I didn't catch the flop action, but got Petrangelo. Oh, this is that guy. This is my guy. Petrangelo. I had a hard time with him in the past, but yeah, Nicky P, we'll call him whatever you want to call him.
Nicky P,
he got him to fold a nice barrel there from Christopher B, who's now kind of barking up the wrong tree though, with Nick having top pair, second nut kicker, and does elect to sort of wave the white flag on that turn after getting called in the flop.
Yeah, Chris gonna bow out if Nicky P just sneezes on the turn. Let's check through. I think no spade, no 8, no jack, no king in our hand. We're just giving this one up.
Yeah,
Nicky P, one of the best in the business. Wow. All right, boys and girls. It's for the bet check bet line.
Yeah,
Gets
I love it.
By the go.
I mean, what I don't love, Henry, is the fact that it didn't work. I mean, we never see it as a bluff line, and then it's my pet peeve. We don't see enough of those bluffs, Jeff. The bet check bet. We do finally see it, and I don't get rewarded by it working. I'm a bit upset. Maybe this is just the value. It never gets paid off for value. Yeah, it seems like the bluffs get picked off with it. I don't get it. Someone help me out.
The ace deuce off. This is a tough one. It feels like it's like a mandatory button open. It just doesn't really feel good. You just feel like you're going to get picked on, and here we go. Nick's got a very, very nice hand. The ace queen. I think it's the hardest hand in poker. We don't have to spend a lot of time on it. I do every stream. It feels to me the most difficult hand to play, and we see a nice healthy bet from Nick there, and just takes it right down. The ace queen.
The old 4.3x small blind versus button gets the job done.
Yeah.
Did either of you catch the UFC last night?
Not my thing.
No?
I caught the highlights, man. I'm soft these days. I try to go to bed earlier. I did make a wager on the underdog. I don't even know his name, but my friends told me it was a good bet. I think it was plus 269 or whatever in that range. So I put a little something down, and unfortunately didn't get to watch it, but I did see. I saw McGregor walked out on crutches, right? I mean, he took a nice knockout. But I feel like in spots like that, like when there's such a high power name, it's like people are just so heavy on him. So I would imagine the real line was like not plus 270. I think it's just good value when you have a name like McGregor, right? I saw like 94% of people were betting on McGregor. I saw something about that in like a Vegas line thing. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
For the value to be there, I mean, it would depend on the margin of the book. But yeah, I mean, obviously they're gonna the favourite's gonna win the price. It's just a question of how stingy the book is. But yeah, I think you can't go too far wrong.
Oh wow!
Like you say, Jeff, when someone's that big a name. Ooh,
it's
some hands out here.
Yeah, everyone's got something here. Man, look at this. It's actually literally everyone's got something spicy. But the ace king suited is it's gonna be. See, under the gun +1, so this could maybe let some people get off the hook here.
But I mean, does it? I mean, what's Nicky P gonna do to this?
Maybe
spin the ace queen off.
Spins it.
Okay, that's my guy.
Yeah,
it is. Look at that.
I think Henry, if they're a bit deeper, then maybe he goes for the 4-bet fold. Jeff would be just ace queen in bin straight away. He knows the score. He's trying to educate the entire world about ace queen. You just gotta let it go.
Yeah.
Nicky P's been on the course. He's taken the Jeff Gross ace queen course. He's familiar. Just kick it in the bin. He was going to fold to the open, right, Jeff? He saw the 6.6k under the gun. Ace queen's no good.
I'm pretty sure he's
already clicked.
God,
that's annoying because I would have loved to see what he does just to that open. If he 3-bets or flats, probably would 3-bet and then decide. But yeah, that's why poker, man, it's just such a great game. Every spot's like just a little different, just people do different things different times. It's beautiful. And Tim's got a nice hand here too. Very nice hand with the raise and a call. Does squeeze come in here? What's he doing? I mean, surely he can't fold. Looks like he's taking his time. Just calls.
I think King Jack suit just plays too well multi-way to squeeze. It'd be an absolute disaster to have the 3-bet fold at this stack depth, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, I do too. I'm with you. If Tim does it, I'm sure it's right. Whatever he did was right. Tim's one of those guys, like he's crushed for so long, but in high stakes tournaments, he's just, I'd say in the last year and a half or two, I don't even want to say most improved, because I feel like saying most improved is disrespectful, but it just seems like his results are, like he was always right there. Like my perception of Timothy Adams and high rollers was like, he was always like there, like right on the bubble or short or getting 7th, 8th. That's just kind of like what it seemed like to me. And then all of a sudden the last 2 years, I feel like he's sort of emerged as one of those, at the top of the top. And he just seems to be winning a lot of different things. So I don't know if you feel that way, James, from what you've seen or noticed, but or Henry, if you've been watching, I just feel like he's like right, like he's really just almost separated himself into that top echelon. But that, man, it's just sort of looking from a distance, not keeping track too closely, but just sort of what it feels like.
this is it. As we were discussing earlier, it's hard to know for sure, right? Like I alluded to earlier. It's kind of if your peers think you're one of the best, then that's definitely it. It's the only way to really know for sure. Certainly in the conversation for those of us looking in from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, he's been around for about, 15 years. He's been playing 10Ks for about a decade or so now. So he's, probably top 30, top 40 all-time money list? Must be like high teens, low 20s or thereabouts in total live earnings.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys are NFL fans at all, but pretty historic.
Yeah.
Brady just comes in.
I've been watching.
And just shipped to the Super Bowl. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean,
I saw a funny stat.
Jeff, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying I'm distracted, but you led a question into me, and I was like, oh yeah, of course I was paying every attention to everything you're saying. I wasn't watching that last play. Like,
yeah,
I got caught
see
there.
It, but I got the thing on there. But I'm almost sure as well that there's been no NFL team in the history, or maybe it's since like a certain year, because maybe back that have ever the home team has made the Super Bowl. So I mean that's pretty crazy statistic as well.
The first time
to be the first. I mean it's crazy.
What a go as well. Just Brady, just absolute boss. Patriots decided time to cash him in, binned him off, took Gronk with him, and now here they are.
Absolutely crazy, man. He's just like against Breeze and Rodgers too, to just take down two of the best. It's pretty special. Pretty special. Belichick's got a tilt. I don't know how they left, but like it's one of those spots. Like you almost gotta, even if they really respect each other, you're kind of like the argument's sake, who needs who more. It's
I think they made the right decision. Obviously, he had a lot of trade value still and all that, and they've made a decision for the future. But yeah, of course, it's got to hurt a little bit. And for Brady, it's great. It's just like, hey, you guys, you did this too early. I could have won another Super Bowl for you, and then you could have traded me. And now he's proven it. It's class. I'm so for it.
I have absolutely no idea what you guys are talking about, but it sounds really fun.
Yeah,
it's just the greatest of all time, getting it done in a game in a sport at the age of like 42 or 43, however old he is. Just absolutely doing it. Traded out, Henry. He was traded out. They broke the dynasty apart. They said, look, he's too old. We've got to find a replacement. They threw him on the scrap heap. Tampa picked him up. Tampa had been nowhere for years, and here they are now in the Super Bowl. Crazy stuff. Not as crazy as Sam Green with Flush.
Is that what you've been looking over your shoulder at, Jeff? I thought someone was like coming in to offer you like a cup of tea or a sandwich or something, and you were just like,
there might have been,
go away. I'm like,
there might have been a tea in there somewhere.
if you see me looking down this way, that'll be why. Like, that's me. Great stuff. Setting up nicely. Super Bowl in 2 weeks. We haven't got a stream on that day, Jeff, so we're going to be all right.
Yeah.
Isn't that normally on during the WSOP Super Bowl? Or am I just...
That's the basketball you're thinking of. NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Hockey Finals and NBA.
Don't have a clue, mate.
Peters gives it up. Greenwood just called pre-flop, right?
Yeah, call pre-flop, check flop. DP, quarter pot turn. Sam called. Check, half pot, fold.
Oh, here we go. We get the ace-queen, ace-king matchup. So we might get to see. Although Nick's got a nice playable hand. Tim has a potential open too. I guess he's on. No, what's his stack size? He's gonna open.
34-ish big blinds.
Yeah. Well, here we're gonna get to see a 3-bet, and this is actually curious for what Damo, what he's gonna do here. I guess similar spot, right? And if you're Nick, you're kind of bummed because you got a pretty hand, but you got to get out of the way.
Yeah. What are we? Just shy of 50 bigs effective, around about the 45 bigs effective. I guess again cold 4.
Yeah. you know, like it does tick the boxes when you go in these spots, right? Like you look at, all right, what's the guy on the button is 3-betting on the button a vulnerable stack size, and you know, you do see him just get away from it, and you know, look at that.
Like,
pretty much.
They know, Adamo knows Jeff's in the booth, and he knows he's going to get absolutely destroyed if he plays his ace queen. So he just let it go. You might want to play it, but you know, Jeff's there telling him how to get it done.
It's a tough hand. And we see a call. Pretty good flop if you're Mr. Adams, although you know you're still. These are frustrating. You got the best hand, best position. You got your tier one. You got control of the hand, and you just like hit the worst flop basically for your hand. He does have backdoor flush draws, and he is still beating a variety of hands, right? It's you know, there's going to be a lot of queen jack, jack 10. Well, I guess jack 10 suited. You're actually not beating too much. You're still beating some of the broadways. You don't have a heart. I mean, this is a precarious position, and if you're Tim, kind of wonder if you want to start leading here. 7, 8.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind betting here to protect.
Yeah,
protection.
Small bet.
Goes quarter pot. Yeah, just a really size spot for Chris. Can't do anything about that one. Jimland said, obviously the guys don't read the chat anymore.
What have I missed? What have I missed?
You've been asking us questions. Perhaps saying Tom Brady's the GOAT. No debates. I can't argue with Jeff, James, and everyone in the chat.
Certainly is. Man, Jeff, I don't know how, like a few years ago, I used to be in the Peyton Manning camp. I was like, man, Manning does more than Brady. He's like the complete thing. He's like a coach on the field, everything. But since he's retired, Brady's just gone absolutely ballistic, and it's hard to argue with it now that he's just the best.
It's pretty crazy. I was at that Super Bowl where they came back. It was like 24-3 or 28-3. I forget what it was, but people were leading
28-3, right?
I think it was 24-28.
Wow, you were at that game.
Yeah, it was in Houston. I mean, it was wild. It was literally like, I don't know. I mean, I saw on the ESPN thing, you know, they give the percentage, it was like 99.6 or something % to win at whatever stage that was. So I mean, it's just 28-3. There you go. Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember it well. I was watching it, Jeff, in London with a bunch of guys. Some of the guys you know, like Trickett and his crew, and these guys in a bar in London, and they'd all bet really heavily on Atlanta. And so at half time, they're all just chilling or in the bar. Everyone's loving life. I didn't have a coin on this match, and I'm just sitting there. Obviously, I'm cheering on Atlanta with them, but you know, for myself, it didn't mean anything. And Brady starts his comeback, and I'm having to hide like the emotion, just watching like the best ever do it, and like having to hide the fact that obviously I'm upset for my friends because they're losing money, but at the same time, I'm watching just something magical happen, man. That was a crazy.
I saw the best motivational video I ever saw, or like the most like it's like I'll have to find it, but it's, I don't know how long it was, like 15 minutes or something. But it's basically like Brady's journey. I mean, the fact that so Brady went to University of Michigan. That's where I grew up. So I saw him play sometimes. You know, growing up, he went to Michigan. He was like the literal last pick in the NFL draft. Like he was round 6. Pick like 399 or something.
Yeah, 199.
Like the last pick, literally. Was it? It was even like 299, I think, because there's 6 rounds and 32 picks. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Maybe it's 199 then. That makes sense because he was like the last pick of the sixth draft, and I mean, it's just like it's just wild. Like to think a guy like that, like it's just like sort of, it's just so motivating. But it was something. There was some like in this the clip or the video, the YouTube kind of video about it. It was like a NFL Films or some video, but it was basically like Brady telling Belichick or telling Kraft when he drafted him and he made the team or something. He like basically like went up to him and said, "This is the best decision you've ever made in your life," something like that. Like, you know, like it's in Brady's words.
Just pure
like
confidence.
Ridiculous. Yeah, like the guy's like the last pick. He's like out the door, like unlikely to ever take a snap. And you know, there's Heisman Trophy winners that don't take snaps. Like like, you know, look at Tebow or look at a lot of guys. Like if you'd be shocked how many Heisman Trophy winners don't make it in the NFL. They're like are the best player in college football quarterback, and they don't even go in the second or third round. You know,
Yeah, especially in that position in quarterback, like a Heisman-winning running back's going to make it, not necessarily a quarterback. But yeah, it's an incredible story. So he's just still doing it. He's just the underdog every game, and they win. It's like I have a rule, Jeff. I tell everyone just never bet against Brady. Just don't do it. Don't put yourself through the torment.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Nice line mate said, is crispy crisper? He is indeed. Sat with 135k. Haven't really seen too much of him other than that. What was it? The 5-4-0 defend from the big versus Nicky P's UTG Open, and managed to get the turn bluff through. Other than that, not really too much to write home about so far for Chris. Got Dan Shack with the max late reg. Let's go. Just flick it in the 25k. Give me 100k chips, please, dealer.
He's got to be one of the most interesting poker guys out there. He's like a unicorn. He's fascinating. It just seems that he's got such great results, and it's like one of those guys you just don't know. You have to believe he does some serious work on his game. He competes at the highest level. He's won big things. He's in the mix, and he does some creative stuff. That does help when the money evidently doesn't really matter, right? Like for 25k that you're not worried to experiment or go step out of line or take shots, or 100ks. But what's your experience, James, over the years? I mean, you've been around poker a long time. Dan's been there for, he's basically been around forever. And
he's just one of those guys that he's obviously not a guy who's one of the elite heroes who's studying and running sims and all this sort of stuff, but he's one of these super smart guys who made his money outside of poker, and he competes. And yeah, okay, he's not going to take all the spots, but I think he's better suited in the live arena, because I think he just gets a better feel for what's going on and stuff. But I mean, he's done well. I don't think he's losing much money in these fields. I mean, even in this elite field online, I think he just has the nous. And I'd say, Jeff, probably going back to before everyone was quite aware of the full implications of how to play final tables with ICM and stuff, I think Dan, just his natural style is more correct than a lot of people perhaps gave him credit for back before. I think that's why he's done pretty well in the past. These tournaments, I think maybe some of the heroes have caught up a little bit in that respect. He had that inclination already to play kind of snug and avoid the big pots.
Right. Yeah, I see an interesting spot here. Here's one of those small pairs on Ace-10 Rainbow, Ace-10-9. A little different than Ace-10-5, but Sam is going to go ahead and check call. Not a good turn if you're Sam. And if you're Christopher and you get called in that board, you don't love it. You're kind of just trying to fold out garbage hands. But at the same time, you do have a range advantage here. What do you think? I mean, it's interesting to see players if they decide to barrel or not. I mean, he's got really no equity, and he does just go for the unload it. He unloads a big bet here. So very well done.
I think mandatory triple there, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good board to do it, I guess. It's very difficult for Sam to have a hand he's going to be able to hold on with, but he doesn't have any blockers to the nuts at all there. He's just kind of pure going for it. But yeah, nice sizing, nice fall through there.
Range versus range, and also Sam's gonna have a lot of like flop calls, turn folds, so even potentially some flop and turn calls and river folds. So Chris just with one of those hands that we're gonna be emptying the clip, strapping ourselves in. The old poker meme where you're like, so anyways, I started blasting. Text the boys in the group chat afterwards.
Late reg just finished in real time. So we finished with 60 players in the field. Pretty impressive. That's $1.5 million prize pool with a $1 million guarantee. So they smashed through that one nicely. First prize is going to pay $450k. And there are going to be 11 places paid, min cash of 50k. So double your money for the min cash, but 450,000 up top for the winner of this WPT Montreal online super high roller. Bad old payday for a couple of days grafting online. Of course, it's a little easier said than done.
See who jumped in last minute. Stevie Chidwick with the late reg. João Vieira with the late reg as well. See Jake Schindler in the mix. Rui Ferreira, don't believe was in before too long ago. So
Yeah,
you kind of
guys with the
that one,
round
James.
chip snacks.
Yeah, you called that
I
one.
was gonna get a few
That's
last
another
minute heroes.
interesting topic. Is late reg, right? Because you come in, there's about half the field left at this point, and then you got to make it to top 11 to draw a profit. I guess it kind of depends. Like, if there's some strategy there, it's like the initial thinking is it's good to see hands at the beginning, but I guess in a field that's very tough, it could actually, maybe just say I'll come in, I'll play that 20, 30 blind stack, or what is it, 20, close to 30 blinds, and just get in there and play some, try to get a flip, get a cooler, get your money in good, and get going. You get a double, and you're not far away from having a shot at this. So interesting to see the decisions and what I would love to know, like looking at some of the guys at late reg, like what their actual checklist is and what they decide to late reg or not in an event like this.
I think it's just more to do with studying more than anything, right? Like, a lot of these guys are going to dedicate more time to their 20, 25, 30 big blind strategies than they are to their 200 big blind strategies, because, okay, it's always, oh, well, hang on a minute, because Chris B is about to hit the showers unless he finds a deuce.
Wow, Nicky P with bundles. Nicky P defeats Chris
with
B.
all the chips. Why am I not surprised?
He and Adamo and Grieve. I mean, just anyone you say in this tournament that's got chips is going to be dangerous, but those three of the ones who are certainly in that elite top level conversation. Adamo, Petrangelo, and Greenwood all with bundles on this table.
Yeah, Mr. Raleigh, Dempsey B's got close to chip lead, 500K as well, and Ibinger as well. So couple of courses, couple of study groups, battling. Actually, if you got Nicky P, you got Benjamin Raleigh, known as Ben CB, and then Matthias Ibinger. Those are three of the more solid, I guess you could say, or well-respected coaching programs out there. You got Upswing, Raise Your Edge, and Poker Code, right? All these guys are, that's another thing, right? At some point, it's marketing. It's fun. You get to compete with other guys, and whose stuff's more valuable, right? And then, of course, in a one tournament deal, it's not going to be the case to prove anything, but it's nice, right? They get to add to their resumes and to their curriculum. So it's they're playing for a little extra. But those are I'd say that those are probably the three main programs out there.
Yeah, I think Nicky P's MTT course is probably the best out there on the market currently.
Just proves, these guys know what they're talking about.
But yeah, I'm not as familiar with Poker Code. I honestly, at that level, I don't think you can really go wrong with. I think that's with the curriculum. It's just, it's good stuff. All those courses are from world-class players that put in a lot of time, effort, and thought into what they're doing and are constantly updating their courses, which again is sort of mandatory. If a course is 2-3 years old now, if they're not doing updates and new content, it's don't get me wrong, it'll still be valuable, but it's just not as relevant. This is what we came here for, these spots. Again. Let's see. Yeah, we see like a 22.
This ace queen spot. Yeah.
Yep. I would love to be a fly on the wall and look at Damo's database for ace queen in all situations to see what he does. But I need to see this one, and he just says, "Let's run it." Yeah, I guess that's pretty standard, right? He's against effective. Dan Shack and David Peters have literally the same exact. Oh, he calls it off to ace 10, and
wow.
What do you know? What do you know?
What do you know, indeed? Jeff spends a lot of time warning them.
Try, but that's the problem. That's like part of the problem. You just it's not ahead though. The hand's ahead a lot. It's like a weird one. So
what, the ace 10
to peel off, right? Yeah, I mean the ace
Oh,
queen,
the
it
ace
just
queen.
is usually the money gets in good, and that's part of the problem. It's like you're either
See,
dominated or just well,
all the
gets it
training,
right again, right? The next, yeah.
I don't know, can you guys
So
still hear me?
frustrating too. The next hand, it's frustrating. You just
Yeah.
this guy should be out.
Can
You
he?
should have 370, and now you're with the same hand the next hand versus a guy who's free rolling. In theory.
Yeah, I mean, I say this is the training video you really need, is Jeff telling everyone not to fold ace queen. But yeah, I was asking if you can hear me, because it looks to me like my picture's all scrambled, but I'm not sure if it is for you guys or not.
Yeah, your
That's what
picture's
happens when
GG,
you're
mate.
playing
You look like
NFL
a puzzle. You look like a
can
puzzle
still
right
hear
now.
me. All right, let's try and get this figured out, what's going on.
What could go wrong
Nice
here?
line,
Ace
mate.
queen.
Saying, go on, man. I was just about to say, apparently, Nicky P's on the side whilst grinding this 25k high roller. Must be nice.
He's in what? I didn't hear what you said. What's Nick in?
He's playing 500 1k no limit hold'em cash whilst grinding this as well.
It's a nice two-table mix for sure. You don't need much more than that.
Oh man, that's insane.
It's a tough spot here for Peters. I mean, you got to believe he's doesn't hate his hand. He's got the ace of hearts. Could just have the best hand. He's got backdoor straight draws. Like, this is even one that, you know, I guess too good to. I mean, potentially could. I think it's just a pure call there, right? But he could, you know, he could get a little bit spicy. He does turn now some equity. It's also a hand where he's gonna have more 4-5s. But it's interesting what Adamo does here on this board if he goes for a big sizing on the turn, because it's gonna be hard to value bet a lot of rivers. And there he does go for a really big size. Man, it's so difficult to play on the turn bomb, right? It's just like so difficult.
I think DP still calls one, you know.
Really?
Gonna have some river cards that he can. But yeah, I mean, Michael's gonna have some very natural double barrel bluffs here as well. And like you said on the flop, ace high is gonna be good still, a ton of time, and then we can get a river card like this. We just get to lead jam and say, good luck calling me, Michael. You know. It's interesting, right? Because we have a ton of showdown value with our actual hand. But...
Yeah, I'm actually not sure, and if he is gonna rip this, because like at the same token, you know, yeah, would he jam the 5, right? He would, but would he? I mean, is he peeling flush draws on the turn, and like, so he's gonna rip, he's gonna go for it. I mean, sick. I guess he has to, right? He has to, but it just seems almost like there is too much showdown. And Adamo can't live this, but. Ace Queen, there it is, another very difficult situation. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, deep in the tank. I'd be very impressed if he could find the hero call here. To be a huge hero.
He's really thinking about it.
Yeah.
Nice.
DP does have all the bluffs.
hand
All the 6-5s, 7-5s as well that call flop the gut shot, 6-5 with the middle pair, pick up equity on the turn. Nice spot, nice pickup for David. Obviously it was down to just what, 20 bigs, now up to around about 70 big blinds. Caught up with Sam Greenwood. Looks like we've lost James, Jeff.
Yeah, he got scrambled up and
Has the football finished?
Yeah, it was over. So Brady's going to Super Bowl. I think the first time in the history of the NFL that the home team is playing at this. You know, every year they just rotate stadiums. So it's like usually in Miami or Arizona, San Diego, generally, right? Like warm places. That's like the general routine. So it rotates, but there's never been the home team playing in the Super Bowl, which is kind of wild actually. At all.
Oh wow! Yeah.
So this would be the first. It's in Tampa Bay. Go figure. Brady's first year, and he's that's where the Super Bowl is being hosted. It's pretty storybook.
So are you going to be getting yourself some tickets to that? Are you going to be heading down or?
I don't know if I'll be back in the U.S. I don't know if I'll be there for that time, but because it's a weird deal. I don't even know like what they're doing with the Super Bowl, right? Like it might be quarter capacity or something, right? Because of the COVID. So I don't even know like I haven't looked into it, but it's not far from where normally my main place, so I might try to go, but pretty sure it's going to be pretty hard to get tickets, especially if it's quarter capacity. It's not going to be easy.
We need to get some prop bets in the booth on the halftime show at the Super Bowl, like who we think's going to perform.
I think they already have that stuff announced, but maybe they don't.
Okay.
Maybe the Super Bowl's so funky this year that they don't. There's nothing set yet. It's bizarre, man. They put the NBA finals and NBA playoffs and everything in the bubble, and everything's just a bit off right now. So I'm not sure. How popular is it in the UK now? I know they put some games there. They do some live games, and it seems like it's picking up a bit. But like within your group of friends, do people watch it? Do they like the NFL, or is it still kind of just Premiership?
I know a lot of like my friends in the UK do enjoy it, but I've always unfortunately been rather ignorant, if you will, to American sport. The only American sport that I'm like love sitting down and watching is basketball. Just normally, I think it's normally just due with WSOP being at the same time.
Right.
But yeah, really enjoy watching basketball. I don't have a clue about any other sports.
Interesting here. We got bottom set versus top pair, and super wet board, right? You got the 10 jack 4, 2 hearts. So you got a flush draw. There's the queen 9, queen kings, 8 9s. There's all these straight draws, and I'm a little surprised. Nick's sizing is very small for this board texture with his particular hand, but now when he gets check raised, man, what a board for Sam Greenwood. He's got the stone cold nuts. No, just like the purest turn, right? Like, forget about that he's worried about he's good, but in terms of killing his action, he just gets like a dream dud, somehow. So this is, you got to love it. It's 2-to-1 stack to power ratio. Sizing here is going to be interesting. It is very wet board. Expect a pretty big bet.
Yeah, I expect to bet around 60k. Actually, 60k seems rather
bigger.
big.
Really? I think he goes bigger than that, or in that zone, because it's just like, he's got such a great board for his hand. It's like his opponent either has a jack, or has like a big draw. So tough spot. This is like you
under him, right? So he has all the aces, kings, queens, ace jacks, king, queen of hearts, ace king, ace queen of hearts. Those type of hands that are going to be calling. So yeah, I definitely agree with what you're saying about using a larger sizing it now. SPR 0.5, Jeff. Is Nicky P getting away from this? Now losing to, the ace 5s, ace queens, ace 10 of hearts, those types of hands.
Man, it's interesting because he's got the blocker to the nuts, and I think he doesn't have a heart in his hand, but he just folds quickly. I mean, nice fold.
Just to get away from it. I'll catch up with some people in the chat. Deng saying tickets are too expensive with full stadiums already. So I guess just saying that if it's quarter capacity, then the tickets will be even more expensive. Story checks out. In Too Deep LA saying, Henry, my brother, how's it going in Too Deep? Hope you're well. A nice line mate saying, Henry, Kilbane, you got any laptop recommendations, mostly for poker, maybe for some solver work in the future? In terms of solver work, I think it's always best to just get a server. When it comes to laptop recommendations or computer recommendations, I'd probably ask Jeff. I think he probably knows a thing or two about building a strong PC.
Yeah, I've had a bit of a nightmare situation. I don't want to slash a brand, but I got a Dell Alienware last year, like a new laptop for streaming. It's supposedly like top line, top model, whatever, and it's like overheated. It was a mess. I sent it in. They sent it back. It was like the exact same, but technically, like the Alienwares in general, I think are going to be really good. But I don't know. I've had a bit of a strange experience with them too. Mm-hmm. So I think you can't really go wrong with like a high-powered gaming PC. I just happen to have some issues with mine, but I've had maybe 4 over the last 6 years, and they're generally pretty good. So I would recommend that if you want. You definitely want to get a gaming PC though, right? You want to have one that's high powered and can handle a lot of stuff. You want to run some programs and PO, ICMizer, this and that, whatever. You want to have a nice laptop that can do multiple things at once.
Yeah, definitely. Nice line.
Kind of a weird recommendation.
Okay. Saying no Alienware, spilt tea on my laptop, expensive mistake for a 25 NL player. Yeah, that can be pretty tough when your laptop costs, what, 50 buy-ins or so.
All right, we see everyone here has nothing. But surely 10-7 can't think it's got the best hand.
Yeah,
Goes for the big bet.
Nicky P with the 1.5x overbet. Bluffing with the best of it. I wonder if we're ever going to get James back, Jeff, or maybe he's just going to use this as, you know, a great excuse.
You know, I was thinking at first that maybe, yeah, I mean, it was obviously not to watch football. There's some downtime between, I think, the next game. Actually, maybe there is another playoff game on, to be fair. The other one is going on, so I don't know. I'm not going to call him out, but I don't know what's going on. I don't know where he's at, and he did look like he got legit scrambled, though. There was some issues going on with his camera, so hopefully we do get him back. Sam Greenwood, I'd say he's also one of those guys that just seems like always has chips and wins every event. I saw an article about him where he like basically, I think he's one of the guys that's the first one on. He's like, he doesn't basically late red, you know, he'll go to like live events and he's there from the first hand, and just one of those guys that you're knocking out at work. Look at this, the Damo just going for it, jacking it off.
I remember him calling out some of the German high roller regs. Once there was like a 25k or 50k with no guarantee, and it was four-handed, and some of the, you know, high rollers were walking around the room taking a look at the field. Obviously only 4 players did, and Green was just tweeted out, you know, like, you guys are like vultures, like you're claiming to be, you know, the best in the business, but you don't want to battle against the best in the business, kind of thing. And he tagged a couple of people, some words were exchanged, and yeah, he was just kind of saying, look, I'm here from the start. You know, as soon as Reg is open, I'm sat down in these 25k, 50ks. I'm willing to battle against anyone. And it looks like we got Mr.
That's
Dempsey.
exactly what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, not only am I back, Henry, but I was watching and hearing everything you guys said in my absence. This insinuation that, you know, maybe things are untoward, but no. Yeah, somehow I managed to slightly knock loose the webcam, and then the boys had some trouble trying to get me back in for some reason. But hey, it's all good. I'm back. I didn't miss too much.
No.
Saw most of it going off.
And I know you were good. There is another interesting game. This Bills game. This is prime time. The sports in America don't get bigger than this. Like the Final Four, going to the Super Bowl. It's exciting time. But yeah, man.
I've had a little play on the Chiefs, Jeff. I've had a little go on the Chiefs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I got no skin in this one. So good luck to you, man. I think it's a pretty good bet, right? I guess the concussion for Mahomes is, you know, do you think that's anything? I guess I think he's fine. So
yeah,
I think you'll be okay.
We'll
I like that bet.
We'll see.
All right, everyone here has got gut shots.
Yeah, everyone's chasing gut shots.
Yeah. Ace 10 still in the lead. Got a key card here. Yeah, these are two of the more entertaining. I think these two guys are two of my top picks. Like,
here we go.
And man,
smash it in. Have some of that.
Jeez. Yeah, Damo
actually,
really
Henry, I heard you talking there before. You were saying we got to get a bet on the halftime show at the Super Bowl. It reminded me of this great bet we had years ago, and Katy Perry was doing the halftime show at the Super Bowl, and we got the nod from someone. It was like one of these amazing bets you get, because one of the big bets you can have, Henry, is the first song they sing at the Super Bowl, right?
Okay.
It's like a big thing. You can actually get bets on it, like reasonable volume bets on. And we knew someone who was in the halftime show. They were in it. They were like one of the performers. And they told us, it's like Katy Perry singing Raw. It's going to be her first song. She's going to come out to Raw. And we were like, okay, sick. Like, but we're like, you're still not sure. You're like, you never know. Maybe because it was like quite a decent price. So like, maybe they're going to mix it up. Maybe they've been rehearsing it that way. They do something. You're never quite sure. She comes out for this show, and we're like all excited. And she comes out on this like massive line, and like hasn't started singing yet. None of us clocked that she's on a line. She's on this like 30-foot line that's been rolled in. Obviously, she's going to sing Raw. She's on a bloody line, but we're all still sweating this TV screen really bad because we had this like punchy bet. And sure enough, it was Raw, and happy days. Everyone got paid, but
wow, really? See, that's I can't imagine I can't imagine that they would like that many, because it's not like there's like 2 people or something that know, or 1. It's like there's a lot of people involved that have that info or like whatever. That just seems crazy that could be the case. But yeah, I guess there's no guarantees, right? And even then, you know, there's so much action maybe that it doesn't matter, that some people kind of know that. But that seems crazy to me that they would have a healthy line.
Yeah, it's a weird one to actually lay bets on, but they do over here. They do anyway. Yeah, you can get money on for sure.
Isn't that illegal, James?
No,
it's
definitely not illegal, my man. Definitely not illegal. Don't you worry about that.
Talking of bets, hang on a minute. Don't you still owe me like 100 quid, mate? And
Yeah,
I've
I think
definitely
so.
sent you my bank details.
Oh, in that case, I've definitely sent you the money. If you sent me your bank details, there's no way I didn't.
James is wishing he didn't come back on. He's getting called for doing illegal bets and owing money, man. This is a tough start back to the recovery here.
I mean, thankfully we've got a break coming up in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna have to check my bank statement to see if I've paid Henry.
All right,
and then
so
if I haven't, I'm probably not coming back. I'm just off, you know.
Madness, mate.
All right, so what we've learned about James today is he plays the Ace-Jack-7 double suited. He doesn't always pay fast on his bets, and he takes insider Super Bowl bets. So, okay. There was actually one like that on like Ignition or one of these sites where you could bet on if Phelps would beat the shark. Do you remember that? They did this thing where he raced the shark. Like the thing was like a month or 2 before, right? So like it was like up after it's happened. It's airing on this day, but it was like 2 months ago. But the difference is they let like, I think it was like $5 bets, right? Like they capped it at something really, really small. But the fact that you could have like something like that and have a big line. But yeah, I mean, kudos.
Wait,
I remember the other one, Jeff.
Against the shark.
They did.
I was like, yeah.
I actually remember another Super Bowl we had was like Coldplay did the halftime show, and we bet they'd play Viva La Vida first, and they came out and played like 3 bars of Viva La Vida, then they switched to another song. They basically played 3 songs at once right at the start, and it was like, are we getting paid or not? Like they played it for a few seconds. Like and it ended up the bookmakers just paid out everyone who bet those 3 songs, so we got paid. But it was like a proper sweat. You're like, they played the first 2 or 3 bars. We're like, we're in, and then the song changed.
Wow. Well, that's nice that I mean, you got to feel good if it's the first notes out, at least. You know, if you're the second or third song there, you're a little skeptical, but.
Definitely.
Greenwood.
All right, guys. Alluded to the fact that break was coming. Our break times. Quickly fill out that form during this break. When we come back, myself, Henry, and Jeff will bring you more of this action of the 25k WPT Montreal online Super High Roller.
Ace, King, 4. Those checks. Expect Alex to check back. Do you think he'll bet here? He's going to bet.
I think he'll bet 13. Oh,
you can't say it once you've seen it, Ludo. Come on.
What's wrong with that?
Come on. Everyone knows you're a genius already.
Okay.
You don't have to fudge it.
Just a call. Turn card. 10 of diamonds would have been nice. I fully expect us to go check, check.
Does check through.
That's what you call the nuts.
70 million chips in the pot.
Almost checked it.
Interesting check here, Ludo. guess he has quite a lot of 10x. Right, you can check all his gut shots on the flop. Makes a pair. So you're going to want to check the nuts to protect that, and also, you are going to list some bluffs here, aren't you?
This one here is interesting because he's trying to get like a king to fold, but that doesn't make much sense. So like he's trying to get some sort of flush draw, straight draw that got there with a 10 to fold.
Right, there's some, a lot of 10x here.
Yeah, so it's an interesting one. Or maybe he thinks it's like a merge where he gets him to call with some sort of 4. I don't know, I'm saying like it's quite interesting. I think I like to just check the pocket 8s here. You've still got some showdown, and you've not really got a good hand to bluff with.
Yeah, obviously you have a diamond, which isn't block some of those missed draws as well. Yeah, this is. I think I would just be checking this back, Ludo. Just
yeah, you still beat like a 4, and also like let's say that he has 4-5 or something, he can maybe turn that into a bluff.
Right. Yeah.
Or let's say he has like 10 jack, or like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he's got,
I'm saying like he could maybe turn
10
that
jack
into a
or
bluff.
Queen 10. Now he could bluff with these hands.
No, I'm not too sure because that might. I'm not sure. They might have a bit too much showdown value as well. Because why wouldn't they just bet an ace again on the turn? So like, a king here's in a good position. So like, he's not really betting 46 million to get a king to fold.
No, and
this is an easy call with a king.
Might well have led as well. The river himself, right? Of course, does move it all in.
Now, obviously, like this isn't a good hand to call with because you're blocking like 8-10 of diamonds, all these type of hands.
Right.
That you want him to. Obviously, you don't want him to have because he beats you with a pair of 10s. But the way the hand's played, it's pretty messy. It's a messy hand, heads up here. Like the way this hand's went, you don't get to see hands like this that often. So it's like hard to like kind of commentate and be quite precise in certain departments because.
Right. Obviously, the value hands he reps are
it's just
basically Queen Jack.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Well, Foxy's obviously thinking about it here.
5, I suppose, as well.
He must be thinking he might have 4-5 that he's turning into a bluff.
Or as you say, 10 Jack. Queen 10 maybe.
Jack 4 of diamonds, Queen 4 of diamonds.
Right.
Like something that doesn't need to bluff the river because it's
Queen,
got showdown.
Queen 3, Jack 3 of diamonds as well.
Yeah. So like, okay, so we've got like, we could say like he's got showdown with like Jack 4 of diamonds, Jack 3 of diamonds, Queen 3 of diamonds, Queen 4 of diamonds, all the type of hands. There's more combos of those than there is of the Jack Queen. So that's maybe where he's getting himself levelled in his head.
I suppose there's not. Well, he has called. Ludo, he
has
called.
And that is insane.
Gets tabled, and that's it.
That's insane. But I'm saying that's obviously what he was expecting if he was beat.
Wow.
High roller. Myself, Henry, and Jeff here calling the action as we whittle our way down to the final 11 who will reach the money and come back tomorrow to play out for the title and the 450k that sits up top. On the boys, I'm assuming we're going to get a fresh table now. See who we got in the mix here. There we go, Justin Bonomo. On the table here, Zobian Gostisa, the winner of that leaderboard I was mentioning earlier. Alice, Ali, Dan Shack on the table as well. And looks like relatively short stack table, guys. This one.
Yeah, we got Alice, one of the best PLO players in the world, in a 25k 2-card Omaha event. all right. Let's go. Dan Shack, Bonomo, all the chips. So obviously, so Rock, we know Rock's in for 2. We know Ali's in for 2. Not sure about Dan.
This is
a couple of people there on their second button.
We're watching that. We're watching the 2K, 4K level here, which is level 12. So although we know the registration's finished in real time, this is still the last level of late reg. Just to give a little, perhaps, backstory in case the hand comes up. But this is right at the end of it.
Yeah, 400.
Yeah, I mean, relatively short stack table, guys.
Yeah, it is.
first time I've ever seen Aram Zobian in one of these high roller events. Not a name that I recognise.
Yeah, well, he was the, as I was saying, the last minute satellite. He won, so he played the 7:30 satellite. So, it doesn't necessarily mean that they wouldn't necessarily play these kind of events. But when you look at the field in that satellite, like Dan Shack was in there, John Van Fleet, Rock Costisa, Sergei Rayach. I mean, you get the idea that the satellites aren't particularly soft, these last minute turbo satellites, but he did win it, and that's how he's here now.
He actually, I think he was in the last one we did a commentary for, because he was the November Niner, I believe, from a few years back.
Really?
Yeah, he got July 2018. He got 1.8 million for sixth in the WSOP main event, and I believe he was in the last time we did commentary. Or he's definitely been around, and he actually took first and second in the high rollers at the Win 10K in December. So some live poker for you not long ago as well. So he's taken another first in December. I don't know how many. I mean, let's see how many players they're getting for that. There's 18 entrants, but he took first. There was 19 entrants. He took first, and there was 20 entrants, and he took second. And actually, him and Foxen went heads up in the last two they played, and they each took one. So that was
I'm just looking. There were three in a row. Let's see here. Wow, in fact, Foxen. they had three. I just look at it now. They had three of these tournaments, Jeff. 3 10Ks, and Foxen came second, first. So it's just how he does it. Like, what? This is ridiculous. This guy. Small fields, 19, 20 entries, but second, first. That'll do. That's not bad.
Yeah, just in time for Christmas. Yeah.
Someone in the chat saying, guys, how do I change my screen name? Not sure it's possible if you're talking about party poker. If you're talking about Twitch, I believe you have to go into your settings and then apply for your Twitch channel to be changed. You only get to change it once, I believe. And then that name sticks with you for forever.
All right, so 2.5K, 5K, which means as they're playing it, late reg is over. Everything we see now is to the death. So 31 players left is correct after 60. So average is 200K. Off they go.
60 players rocked up for this. Pretty happy with that turnout.
Entrants, some rebuys, but getting 1.5x the guarantee in the high rollers, pretty good. I mean, 60. You look at the 25Ks that like the Aria, let's just take, which before COVID were running. They've run a fair amount. Like again, you're going to get like 25, 30, 40 entrants. So 60 person 25K is definitely a good turnout. That's it's a nice like it's a nice prize pool. Yeah, 450 at first for a 25K buy-in. It's a lot of buy-ins and 11 cash. So it's not bad.
Yeah, what's that like? Yeah, 20% payout structure. So it's pretty sick.
Yeah, just under, right? So it's like 18, 19% or something. I like the pay. I like that. I like how they do these payouts.
Yeah. Sick call by Adrian, by the way. Aram going for the check jam with the open ender. Adrian calling off with the nut middle pair, gets the dreamy run out and scores a bounty. Obviously no monetary value claiming that head, but one player down. 29
Henry just likes bounties.
One down, 29 to go. You get 450k. That's the bounty, right?
That's true. Yeah, there's a little bit of money up top for knocking out players.
Yeah.
So
Party push off the KO series. It does seem like it's becoming much more popular. The
huge.
The bounties in general, knockouts online are just so popular.
Yep. Yeah, I was discussing that with my my flatmate today. He just like, logged in for the first time before. It's like everything's a knockout tournament. Like I don't know what to reg.
Yeah.
Well, I think we had the conversation, Henry. I think
Yeah.
last time when I was saying I was a bit bored and I kind of like the old school tournaments. And then I have to say the last couple of months where we've not been in commentary, I've been finding myself raging for more and more of the bounties and less of the vanillas. And it's kind of fun, man. You just even if things are going badly, you can just knock up people out. It's fun. Like, who doesn't like?
Yeah.
I'm sold. They're great. I've been missing out for years.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember when they first came out. Like, were they? Because on Full Tilt back in the day, pre-Black Friday, there was James, you must have a million shirts, right? Like, you knock the pros out, and they just ship you the shirts to your any tournament. You're in any regular tournament, and then one of the pros, and you knock
get
them
your
out,
buy-in
and
back.
shirts. Yeah, that was that was like the first. I guess I'm trying to think before. Were there knockouts before that? Did they run knockouts back then? Was there?
I remember
maybe like one.
I remember I remember they having
the brawl.
The first
right?
time knockout tournaments were online was like it was half the buy-in was it was just a straight $100 buy-in, 50 for knocking someone out, 50 for your thing, and each knockout was worth $50. So they became completely irrelevant by the end. But yeah, I don't know when progressive started, but because I remember I remember playing the first knockout live. I remember, and I was like, wow, this is quite weird. It was like a turbo at an EPT event, and everyone was like, I guess we're just all in every hand. Like it's just like.
Yeah, Full Tilt did something interesting too. They had the, do you remember the cash out tournament where you could cash out at any point? You could like take part of there was like half was for the cash out part of the tournament and half was for, so you could like cash out.
That was right at the end,
you knock
wasn't
a guy out. Yeah, it's kind of a weird one, but yeah, it's interesting. I mean, any of that, I think those ideas, like the reason the knockouts are so good for sites, like, and for everyone really too, like you said, like it could not go that bad, or you get 25 or 50% of your buy-in back a lot of the time. So it's kind of genius for the sites.
The money, keeps it circulating.
Keeps
Guys, we did the ticket draw. I'll tell you what, we'll let this hand play out first because we've got 8-9 suited versus 8-9 suited, and sometimes these are fun. Here we go. Both players with open end up, Rock with backdoor diamonds, Ali with just ace high.
Yeah, this could be a fun one.
I know you scoffed, Henry. You laughed at me when I said it could be fun because you're so right, because it just means they're probably both going to miss. But here we go. We do have a little bit of action.
Yeah, we'll take the 5 of diamonds for entertainment value. Definitely take the 5 of diamonds now.
Yeah, it's a big turn. The jelly roll, very rare in Hold'em. PLO, the jelly roll happens where you got, the nuts are a hand where you're free rolling and have a chance to scoop, but you don't see it that often in Hold'em. But this is a spot where, Rock definitely likes this turn, and there are some money cards for him.
Jelly roll, I love it.
I do like that. Wow, wasn't expecting this one to check down.
Surely
it goes again. Right, like Ali's just going to win this pot somehow.
Come on, guys, you're on the featured table here. We got cards up. Let's see some barreling. There you go.
There we go. Mateus sorts it out. Never going to let us down.
Ace 4 off with no diamonds, no hearts. No one has a heart in the hand. Goes for the 2/3 size here, and Ali's scratching his head.
Guys,
nice hand.
The tickets. I can tell you, the $11 winners are CJ Hind and Flocker99, both winning an $11 ticket. The $22 ticket goes to Nibala. So congratulations, you three, on winning the latest giveaway. We do them every hour. All you got to do is fill out the little questionnaire. Link is right there in the chat, courtesy of Nightbot. Click it, Fill it out. If you filled it out once before, guys, you don't have to do it again. Do it once, you're done forever. And you do the draws every hour, every time we're doing these events. Speaking of doing these events, we got 4 days in a row, guys. We got this day 1 today of the Super High Roller. Tomorrow we got the final table, of course. And we go day 3 of the main on Tuesday, and then of course the final table on Wednesday. So 4 straight days of coverage of this, the WPT Montreal online.
Four days in a row.
Makes me sad though. Makes me sad though that we're not sat in Montreal, in playground, and you just get the food from there, man. They leave me a little menu in the booth, and I just text through an order, and 20 minutes before a break, I walk around to the restaurant. There it is. Just like everything's amazing. It's just cooked so well. You just smash that back. Man, good times.
I feel like I say it every time whenever this comes up, but I think for the people that are, it's worth it for anyone that hasn't been there to really go and try to check it out once COVID sort of gets under control. But also the fact that James, the chairs there, they're so genius what they do. They have the light on the chair. So if you want food, instead of like running or calling, it's chaos. Like all the dealer does is click a button, the light lights up in yellow or whatever, and now the server just pops over to you, and there it is. And it's same if they need a floor. There's a light, lights up red, floor comes over, they look around. I mean, it's really well done, and it's just like it's really amazing to me that it hasn't been implemented in almost everywhere, because it's just so clean and easy. It makes so much sense. So. They just thought of everything. Their motto is 4 players, 5 players, and that's what they do. Yeah. They live by that. So
the little things in life, man.
I think I'm right in saying this now. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm 99% sure this is right. That if you're playing poker in any game, if you're playing the 1-2 hold'em game, then all your food's free. Like you could just fire up a steak. It doesn't matter. I think I'm right. So if I'm wrong, someone's going to tell me off. But I'm pretty sure you can order a steak. You're playing 1-2 and you get it for free. It's amazing stuff.
What?
Yeah, so that used to be true. It's close to that. You still get hooked up, but I think there's certain games, or maybe you have to be there for like a certain time. If you can't hit and run a fillet, but it's
Well, I think the reason was that obviously it's half an hour outside of town, right? So there aren't many people going to drive half an hour to go there to smash back a steak and then drive back. I think once they got you there, we go, look, in the chat, someone's saying 1-2 isn't free, it's 2-5 minimum, but still 2-5, man, that's good. Got a 2-5 game, have a free steak.
See a couple orbits netted up.
I'm going to use that in the future, Jeff. That's going to be my new slogan. You can't hit a runner fillet, mate.
There is that's a good point, James. It is a little bit of a drive. So I guess it's they thought of it, but they were building a hotel as well that was close to done, and so that should be all set, I guess now. That's another thing, man. You look at it, the Hard Rock built a $1.5 billion guitar hotel. The playground's got now lodging there. Although, to be fair, to go to Montreal, it's such an amazing city. I think I personally would rather stay downtown and take that cab ride. In the morning. I guess it just kind of depends if you do
it kind of
at night or in the morning, right? Yeah, because you can still go out, have a good night, come back. It depends. You're right, if you go there for if you win a seat for WPT, you're going to plan to be there playing 3 days straight. You probably want to stay on site, and then when you're done or beforehand, go to town, whatever. I think it's a good move having the property on site for them, for sure. I think if I was playing a big event, I wouldn't want to have to deal with an hour commute each day, an hour minimum, because the traffic gets like in Montreal with the roadworks and stuff. So and to be fair, that also you could actually argue that as well, that let's say you stay there, you're playing, you bag on day 1 or day 2 or whatever, you want to go out to have dinner, go out for a bit. It's kind of nice to just wake up and roll out there instead of then you got cab, Uber, whatever happens, you don't know, there's traffic. But if you're just there, you wake up, as long as you get back at night or some point, you wake up and you're on site. So I don't know, you could argue it. I guess it depends on the quality of what they do, right? JK, Phil Sabah, those guys, see what they deliver for a product before. But I don't think they're going to throw up.
They're going to be good.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Interested turn card. I know it's a relatively small pot, but blind versus blind. Justin's stabbed flop once being checked to and picked up a bunch of showdown now, being all the ace highs. And 10x, obviously, checks through.
yeah, these are two, I think, good friends and know each other's games for sure very well. Two of the best. And
so,
he's gonna check
Jeff,
and-
when are you going to be regging the main, or are you taking time off from poker at the moment? Obviously, so you mentioned you're podcasting and doing other things. Are you going to be
which
flicking
one?
in
The
this one?
3200? Which one? No,
Yes, mate.
I have a I have a commitment, so I couldn't play day 2. That's also why I get to join and hang out as well today, because I definitely wanted to play that online. I mean, honestly, Montreal, it is my favorite stop on tour. The WPT, I've been going since 2012. 2012. I think I said this story as well before, but it's worth noting, like Playground, I went there in March of 2012 with Antonio Esfandiari, Phil Locke. Those two guys had like some gig there, and I just tagged along with them and went. But if Playground Poker just had that first room, so when you walk in Playground, like there's where James on the right, there's the cafe, or like the diner, and then there's the main room, which is like there's a handful of tables there. But when I went there, the back room hadn't even been built yet, and then we came in November of 2012, and they had that mega room, and it was like they were expecting like 400, and it got like 1,187 entrants into the thing. And that was, I hopped in that. Actually, I ended up final tabling that tournament. That was one of my more fun and better runs. And there's actually a chip problem with 2 tables left. We went to dinner on like day 4 or 3 or whatever it was, like 2 tables left, and they colored up the chips wrong. So it came back from dinner, and people's stacks had like 8 million or 4 million. They had like it was like way off. So like there was like a minute or 2 of hands played, and then someone realized in a pot that they had like whatever, right? They were supposed to have 3 million, and they had like 1.2 million or something, and like it was just chaos, right? Like, and then that's it. Like it's a new venue. They like the cameras work, how they do it. It was absolute pandemonium. I mean, at the most pivotal time, and I remember that. It was a mess. So they got it right. How did they took like 3 hours?
Oh, okay. So they just
I have no idea. I'd have to go back and ask that. I guess so, but it was super bizarre. Wow. And it makes you think too, like, some people probably came back and knew it, right? And they're like, what do I say? I don't know. And like, because some people noticed, some didn't. I think it was only one table actually that they got, because it was the person who did that table colored up wrong, but it was a fiasco, but they got it right.
Happened at the World Series main event, like over 10 years ago as well. I remember they like a whole bunch of people got extra chips at the table with 3 tables left or something, and like none of them said anything, and then they're like, "Oh, we didn't realize." Shit. Like it was like, "Well, you probably did." There's no way you.
Everyone that
3 tables left in the World Series main event. You don't know how many chips you've got. Come on.
Like, the whole table. Maybe one guy, but not.
See, someone was like, "I think the chips are wrong." I've got like everyone else kept quiet.
So how did they retroact? Did they get it right, or they figured it out quickly?
Yeah, I think it was quite easy to they got it figured out pretty quickly. I think I just remember it happening. I don't remember the full ins and outs. I don't think it affected everyone, so I think it was quite quick to fix. But
right,
man, I mean that's crazy. These things happen. This kind of always want to be there when there's a chip race done, man.
It's crazy. Someone also said, Henry asked Jeff if he remembers his first Twitch stream. He was stuck in a hotel near the playground in Montreal. How many years ago was that, Jeff?
That was 2015, but I think that was it was one of the earliest streams. Maybe not the first, but one of my first ones. And I'll tell you what, like streaming on the road with, I don't even know what the amount of pain and just different places with bad internet and on the road and things not working and like luggage lost, laptop stuff, like cords missing. I mean, it was really a journey. Like I gotta tell you, it's not for everybody.
Surprised you haven't got white hair, babe. That sounds stressful.
They've come in. They've started coming in. They have definitely come in. I saw the first ones. I'm at the stage where it's like still you can pluck them a bit, but like I'm sure at some point it just turns right and you just give up. But I got a 2-year-old son almost now too. I mean, it's it's all right,
Jeff. You can embrace it. You can embrace it now. It's fine.
Exactly.
Silver
fox. Right?
You got the kid. You're supposed to. It's the next step.
Yeah, kids in poker. There's not much more stress than that, right? Yeah.
Oh, man.
Basically, that's it. That's a good formula for gray hair.
Have you started telling dad jokes yet, or are you just waiting for you said you got a son, waiting for him to be able to understand them?
Yeah, no, not. I just a dad bod, not dad jokes. You know, I just haven't hit the dad jokes. I haven't done yet.
Nothing wrong with some dad jokes.
Yeah, nothing wrong with some dad jokes. Sam with a flop bottom pair, just gonna let it go. I think we need the players left updated, if I'm not mistaken. I think there's about 20, I want to say 24 players left.
Yeah, we'll be slightly off on me. It was we'll get. I think we'll update at the end of the level. Typically, it updates. So we're at 2.5k, 5k. So when it switches to 3.6, we'll probably get an update. But yeah, we've seen a few players bust out. So we saw Zobian bust out, didn't we? He came finished 31st. Saw him out. Jeff, oh man, Dan Shack, 3x in your hand. It's no messing about. Let's go. They want to call the 3x and he knows he's beat, right?
Yeah, I was a little surprised that Bonomo went for that King 4 suited min raise. I guess it's just too good a hand. You know, he's got a nice healthy stack, chip lead, but you know, Dan does have had a jam stack there. Who's also, I think Dan's more willing to jam than most probably, and plays a little, you know, takes those spots wider. But yeah, I don't think, I mean, whatever, right? It's not like he's always going to have a jam stack, so, or I mean, a jamming hand. But yeah, I was interested to see him go for that.
Yeah, I think it's something we've seen more and more of over the last 12 months or so. These King Deuce, King 3, King 4, King 5 type hands just being opened close to 100% frequency. It's the new Ace 4, mate. The new Ace 4 suited.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. King 4. There was a hand Darren Elias played at the Borgata versus a friend of mine, probably in like 2015 or 14, and my friend slow played aces, like flatted his aces, and you know, Darren 3-bet the King 4 suited. My friend flatted, and you know, like my friend flopped top set, and Darren ended up rivering a wheel, and like the kid, I mean, must have heard of this hand for like 3 weeks straight, and like you know, he was just so shocked and like telling me this guy's such a spaz, such a sputard, like blah blah blah, you know, and like it was just funny to hear it, and like, you know, here he is, you know, there's a guy, Darren Elias, just got the most WPT wins and ahead of the curve, right? So it's just funny to hear, like, that's one of the hands that's like, you know, it made its way to the new decade.
Absolute beast.
Darren, yeah, Darren's definitely a bit of ahead of his time.
All right, both blinds. Check call this one, Mateus. C betting. It's king high. Deuce pairs turn. All right, bottom coming at a little lead in this three-way pot, Henry. Just, I guess it's a situation where it's going to check round so often that you're going to want to lead with Justin in Justin's spot with some good hands here, and then you get to lead with some draws even, I guess.
Yeah, you want to protect against the ace fives, ace threes, king queens, ace kings, ace queens, diamonds, those types of hands rather. Gonna have the best hand a lot of the time. Get some value from sevens through tens, weaker jack X. Nice line set, nice fold from Dan Shack. I would have spazzed there. The middle pair. Yeah, you and me both, mate. I see that quarter pot lead on the turn. I'm like, he has none of it. I have all the deuce X, maul-in dealer.
Yeah, that's ace 10. Gutter. Fire. And alright. Mateus does stick around. Bottom pair. Spikes on the turn. Maybe some leading here, perhaps. Or on this kind of board against under the gun, maybe just allows Elis to keep firing. And let's even he does lead. Alright.
Yeah, it's obviously a bit of confirmation bias here that he does lead on this turn card when he actually has chips, but in general, for his range versus a UTG range, great turn card for him to lead. It just isn't going to have that many raises on the turn.
How are we doing, guys, this evening in the chat? If you're just joining us, WPT Montreal online super high roller, the first of our 4 days of streaming coming to you this week. We have the final table tomorrow. We have day 3 of the main on Tuesday, the final table on Wednesday, and then next week, the following Monday, we have the Mike Sexton. Let me get the title of this tournament right. I've spoken too soon, Henry. Henry probably knows what it is. What have we called it?
The
Mike Sexton Classic, maybe?
Yes. Bang on.
Yeah, Mike Sexton Classic. Of course it would be. Honouring the great man at 10K event taking place next weekend. We're going to cover the final table here for you guys on stream. 10K, 1 mil guaranteed.
It is, wow.
Nice turn.
Okay. Just letting go of the ace deuce suited for 14.
Very odd, that one, right?
I think it's really close. But yeah, I think we want to be taking those spots, especially in this type of field where edges are just so small.
Get to find a nice spot, but not that nice. Still pretty even matchup hands here.
Right, of course. You got deuce in your hand and you're calling it off, Jeff. It can never be that great, can it?
Right. Yeah, and here though he's going to get to. I mean, this is yeah. So he's going to have a slight lead here, and he's going to hold. Dan Shack going to be super short.
At the expense of the Shack, does get a double up. Because we're playing down to the money, 11 players paid. So there's players left 31, but we know it's less than 28 because our table was full, so it's in the mid-20s. Of course, we keep a close eye on that as we get right towards the bubble. It's not too relevant at the moment.
Bamalam coming in hot, saying finally played a live tournament series here in Australia.
All right, there we go.
You see, happen?
Got to play some poker. That's the main thing. Got to play.
Assuming this one just goes fold. I could potentially see Sam defend the Queen 6, so it's probably right on the line. I think Queen 7 definitely defending. Queen 6 taken to the streets.
Yeah, does take to the streets. 10-5-4, club of diamonds. Club turn pairs to 10, brings the second flush draw. Still no action. So that's ace high best.
Yeah, start betting small here on the turn for protection. Fires out the 6.5k. I tried, James. Try.
On point, Henry, on point. Here we go. 3k, 6k as predicted. Look at that. The boys, they don't miss a beat in the production booth. 27 players left.
Someone will start saying ace deuce suit. I'm snapping and high-fiving the dealer there. Blind versus blind. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. Really just
You'll
like
snap and high five the dealer, eh? Those are the days.
Yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be so weird when we go back as well, because like we're gonna see people that we haven't seen in a very long time. And I don't know about you guys, I'm a hugger. I like giving out hugs. But I'm definitely going to get some looks from people. They'll be like, "Whoa, Henry, like, ease up a little bit there, brother." And people aren't going to want to handshake. People aren't going to want to hug. I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's the weird one too. Like for like live in person now, do you handshake? Do you pound? Like you see a lot of elbows and like it's like it's a bit confusing because people already have a hard time. Everyone in general, like do you give like the dab or the fist pound? And now it's like now you got other things to consider. I've seen some awkward leg touches. Like it's gotten a bit weird out there. Honestly, I don't know. I hope this all clears up because it's just. So, like the world in general, I think with electronic devices, and I saw some disturbing articles, not just Social Dilemma, but like the kids these days with like what it's happening with just like being, locked in and stuff. Like I don't know, man. Like the social, like I'm worried about that. I'm telling you. Like I think the social distancing thing could be a problem for other reasons moving forward. But what are you going with, guys? What are you doing when you come back and see someone? Like, do you hug? Do you elbow? Like, what do you just nothing? Do you bow? Do you just like eye contact? Like, there's a lot of options now. I think it's gonna be weird. That's all I'm saying. I've seen it with my own eyes. Like a lot of weird stuff happens. So, you know what I'm talking about though, James, right? Like the fist pound. Like people like feel awkward. Like, is it like a fist pounder thing?
I mean,
and that's already
my favorite thing is, I think it's like the fist pound. Like previously was like a very American thing, and then like British guys are more. You go for the handshake. I remember every year at the World Series of Poker, like you'd have that thing where you go for a handshake and the person you like, if I saw you, you might give me the fist pound, and then it's like, or an awkward. So now I just give them
like disrespectful. Yeah, it's like, are you like, wait, why are they?
I just give them, Jeff. I give them the mushroom. If someone throws the pound at me, I just come in and wrap it. Like that's it. The mushroom.
You let them know. Not to come in for RPS. Yeah, I get it. You send a message loud and clear. I mean, hey, it's all good, whatever works. But look at this, 118-1. It's super hard to do. He flops the flush with 7-9 suited, but Mr. Mateo says absolutely nothing to do with this. And actually, he does have a club. That's not completely true. Never mind. Silly me. Maybe even
we did to this table when Dan Shack was really really short. And ended up calling it off with 5-3 blind versus blind earlier on against Justin Bonomo, bowing out in 24th. Yeah. Had like 2 blinds.
Your Queen Jack 10 flop. See you later.
Interesting to see Rock not bet the turn. I mean, is it a bit deception and is he pot controlling? Like what? Just like his hand's so strong in the spot. Now the club peels off, and it's just, I don't know. I'm a little surprised they didn't bet the turn. What do you think?
I think it might. Yeah, it's well, you mentioned deception. I think deception's a great point. We allow Adrian to potentially turn his like Queen X, Jack X of clubs into a bluff on the river, and also like Adrian's going to have a lot of one pair flop calls that fold turn, right? So maybe by checking back on the turn, we get to keep those in, and Adrian decides to turn some of those into a bluff as well. But yeah, Rock getting Savannah on the river versus Adrian's rivered 6-eye flush.
Yeah, because obviously it's not for, like, on the river there, that's not a great card for his hand. Look at this again. This is almost like deja vu. King high into a weak ace suited, and does get this one. This one's more blind,
a little deeper
to call off. But you wonder if Adrian's got a note. Maybe he's got a note on this guy who's obviously one of the world top PLO guys. That he's gonna make some big folds, or his fold propensity, small blind, big blind is. I mean, I'll tell you what. If some of these guys, whether they think we're the great commentators or they just want to see what's going on because it's rare to get hole cards up at this stage of the tournament in these fields, I would imagine a lot of these guys are taking a look at the live stream and maybe making a few notes, right? And that would be interesting to me. I think that's noteworthy. Not so much that fold, but the suited ace off the 14 or 16 blinds or whatever it was. That was a little more, right? That's more blinds to call off, but either way, I think it's still noteworthy.
I think you're right, Jeff. I think he probably does have a note that says, may say, suspected overfold, like in these spots, and it'll be that. It'll be okay. Well, anything close, I'm just going to go with. Let's test it.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. Again, there's not much to give. Like I said, I would love to see the database because, like you already know, these guys have like a sheet with everyone and their notes and their stuff, and it's got to be it's got to be pretty interesting. Because it makes more sense too. In a big field, you're gonna play with a lot of random people a lot of the time, but in these fields, you're playing with the same guys a lot of the time, so they all know each other fairly well.
Yeah, Dobby's saying we lost Shaq. We did. Lost King Queen to Ellis's Ace Jack. It's left a little bit of shrapnel. Got that in, and it was against Bonomo's Ace King, who flopped Broadway.
I love Twitch chat sometimes. Shout out to the 150 of you currently tuned in, keeping us company on this Sunday evening. It's getting pretty late in Europe now, right? It's be what,
It is.
2
Oh,
a.m.
I forgot. Look at you over there. Is it? He's in Europe now. Henry just throws at us from his little paradise he's living in.
It's like 10 a.m. in the morning, mate.
It's an interesting spot here. It gets 4x'd. Fairly deep, and you got the 5s, right? You're out of position and just decides to go for the full pile.
Have some of that.
Nice hand.
Takes it upstairs for 40 bigs.
That works well until Nicky P's got kings, right? Like the hand with deuces. Like it works most of the time. But yeah. Still, it's sort of one of those things. Like you got to have, you can't really be calling there either. It's kind of a weird one. I think it's just the right play. It's also 5-handed, which is worth noting.
Yeah.
And the stack sizes. All right, we see a flat with the ace-10 off from a queen-10 off open. Adrian opened king-10 off before, so these aren't crazy opens like out of line, but he's at the bottom of his ranges opening some of these.
Justin with the open ender.
Yeah, Justin actually going to like this flop the most.
Gone Fry asking what delay are we on? It's about 30 minutes, give or take. Bonomo is on no delay here, just pings. Nuts.
Drills
it. Nice. So lead out. Interesting. He could go for a check raise. I guess he just decides that it's going to check around too much with the flop checking, and also a pretty wet card. Jack 10's got double gutters, spades, but I wouldn't have been shocked to see him check there. But I guess that board he thinks it's going to check too much.
Ace Jack on the button for Greenwood, kings for Bonomo in the small. 40 deep. You may see a little tangle here, perhaps.
Yeah, this could be GG's for Sam. Depends what he rolls on his RNG, but button versus small blind. If he rolls like a 87, it's going in for 40 bigs. It's a pretty good 4-bet candidate. So we're just waiting on the RNG, boys and girls. See if he's rolled a high number.
Is there an app now for that? I know people randomize with the watch and do all this stuff, but is there actually like a high roller, like a thing on your phone, like a wheel you spin or something? I mean, he's getting.
I don't know, man. He rolled a 96. The money's gone in.
It is in, and he is out, bricking out, leaving Bonomo with 650k, 6.5 starting stacks. But Greenwood, to the rails, son. Off you go.
Wow. And yeah, I mean, look at this stack. Bonomo just a commanding position here. 4-handed with Bonomo with all the cookies is not fun. Not a fun place to be right now. And man, he's going to work with the 9-5 suited right away on the button.
All right, and they got to wait till there's 21 left for the kind of tables to fill up, playing 7-handed. So maybe you can, yeah, as you say, Jeff, get something going over these hands whilst they're playing short-handed.
So you're saying this guy Rock Gostiza, he won a leaderboard or something, or what's he known for in particular? Because
in the summer we had the Horror Club where there was a 5k, a 10k, and a 25k on every week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Sundays, over the course of like 6 or 7 weeks. and he won the overall leaderboard, and he won it by quite a bit in the end. He was comfortably the winner.
Interesting, yeah.
See a bit of a box when it comes to the high rollers.
Yeah, didn't see much tournament live for him, but again, these days, like, things happen so fast in a couple year period, and guys playing online, it's hard to really tell about their live results, what that means or matters.
Yeah, I mean, 200k in live earnings, and it's a main event cash and all things like that.
Yeah. Interesting, Bonomo with the ace queen. Gonna bet. I mean, Rock he's got a diamond, he's got a queen, sort of key cards, but does just give up. Kind of hard to call there.
James is turning into a puzzle again.
What's going on here? Let me see if I can sort it. This happened last time. It was just a case of...
Listen, poker's hard, technology's hard. Things get complicated. The more things evolve, there's more things to do. So hopefully we'll get James back again, but it's his second time today. James is not going to say he's off. I know he can hear us, but like the World Cup, 2022, he wasn't fully on the playground poker buffet. He wasn't quite sure on. I mean, he's got some football sweats going on. I mean, Mr. Dempsey, let's get him back in. This is third time's a charm.
Oh man,
I know he can hear me. That's why I'm gonna have a little fun with him. But I've actually had similar issue happening on my Twitch where my camera like scrambles and like goes in like a four quadrant in like different colors. So I can relate. It's not fun.
Arnold just getting the jam through. Rock trying to see a flop. Complete from the small. Punished. 15 big blind jam. 23 players left. 11 paid. In cash of $51,000. There he is.
Yeah, again, I didn't touch anything, guys, I swear, but I don't know, there must be a USB port a little loose on my PC here, so I've just switched port. Should be good. Shouldn't happen again.
It's the 5G towers, mate. It's the 5G towers. Conspiracy theory confirmed.
They're getting me. Oh man, don't get me started. I've got a guy who's not paying me when he bet Trump. He bet Trump. I had Biden. He's not paying me because he doesn't believe that Biden's president. This is the state I'm in. It's not that he won't pay me. It's that he doesn't actually believe that Biden. He thinks it's all fake.
Oh my god.
Is he saying he's just not paying, or he's gonna wait?
No, he's like saying it's not over yet. It's like Trump's gonna be president. He's like, it's not over. I'm like, well, I think it's over, pal.
Well, there is still odds. To be fair, I saw there's some 350 to ones and some other bets getting put out there, right? So maybe it's not all settled.
That's bad. Did Perkins have some like? Perkins was getting some insane odds back in like November, December. And I remember because go on.
No, tell me, because I know, and I think I know what you're gonna say, but go ahead.
Oh, let's just jump into this hand because it looks like Arnold could potentially be going home. Comes leading out for 80% pot, Justin turning the nuts. Arnold with top pair. Blind versus blind.
Oh no.
It's a pretty bad river for Arnold. I don't think he's going to go broke here, but he's going to lose, a decent chunk of his stack.
Yeah, I mean, Jack's a bad card to have, isn't it, if he's going to contemplate bet calling?
He could check, and then the question is, does Justin go for the lot? Okay. So he's gone for the bet fold. Are we bet folding top pair here, though? BVB? Ugh, so much breaks.
But, I mean, I guess Jack works against us, right, Henry?
Yeah, I don't think it's...
And the diamond.
Yeah, and the diamond as well, but...
Well, I mean, the 9 of diamonds isn't one we expect our opponent to ever bluff with, though, is it? So it doesn't really make a difference, I guess. Yeah, okay, does get away from it.
But yeah, what I said, Jeff, is we were talking with Nathan Gamble during the Galfon challenge about speaking with Bill for an Iron Man prop bet, because like I'm 26, but man, you see me after running 1 kilometer, like I need an ambulance, and Nate's the same.
Right.
And we were like, okay, well, obviously Bill's doing the Galfon challenge and stuff like that. But he was just too busy with like these prop bets. We're like, let's just leave Bill alone. It seems like he's in deep with the prop bets at the moment. We'll speak to him once it's all over and done with, and hopefully he's won some money and he's feeling good about life.
Right. Yeah, he's Bill's definitely, he's done his fair share of prop bets. I mean, he loves it. It's fun, you know, and it stems from him being on the trading floor. You know, like he was telling like some of the craziest stories, what would happen, what people would do for, you know, like running around and the tickets on Wall Street and the clerks and the boy, like what they would be giving bets and it's just stuff like you wouldn't even dream of that things were happening. And he was sort of in that world that kind of got him into, you know, kind of loving to bet on anything. So he's, yeah, he enjoys a good prop bet for sure. It's fun. I mean, people bet on everything. They really do. I mean, you just see it. People literally bet all the time on anything. So makes sense. Yeah, prop bets are fun. I mean, it's good, especially if it's like one that's like a, you know, something cool or motivating or like a health or lifestyle change. I think those are always exciting to weight loss bets, or, you know, don't do this for a certain amount of time, and
some positivity can come from it. Yeah. Rather than just all the degeneracy.
Positivity, yeah.
Manaluja said, can we get some London things going on? We can't, mate, because James doesn't pay up, so it's just completely pointless.
Wait a second, yeah, I was going to check that. Hang on, let me have a look here.
Look at Adrian. Of course he's shoving the ace. He's been shoving kings left and right. Now, I mean, this is part of the problem, though, when you don't call with the ace-deuce suited, like in a spot like that. Like, it's just, you know, how many times are you going to have better in a better situation? Now, granted, like you said, you get a deuce in your hand. It's not like a fist pump calling spot by any means, but, you know, if your opponent's just going to just ram it in each time around when it folds, you know, you gotta have some calling hands. And it's hard to get hands. So here he does get a pretty good hand. Is Bono just gonna go savage mode? The king 8 off, is he just gonna take it outside the range with his stack in the situation? Is he just like, I'm pure going for it? He does go for it. And this is a great spot to shove, right? You're Eli's here, and you know Bonomo's open super wide. I mean, look at how wide this is, and
yeah,
you know, 21 big. It's just a clear fist pump shove, and expect to get folds almost all day.
See, I had a look there, Henry. I looked through our WhatsApp history, and there's no sign of you sending me bank details.
This is just nonsense.
He keeps doing this, guys. He keeps doing this. He keeps claiming so many details. I can't pay him. If you go and send the details, how can I pay? You know. Jeff, am I wrong?
Sure,
I mean, I keep trying to pay. He won't send me the details.
17th of the 12th, 2020, I sent you my bank details.
He had it pulled up.
He's given a specific date.
Yeah, that sounded pretty.
It's after the picture of Andy Black. Sorry, just before the picture of Andy Black.
Guys, what are we talking about here? Bank details for 100 quid? What, you guys don't have like, what do you guys use over there for quick transfers of people? It's not like America. You don't have
bank transfers.
PayPal.
It takes like, Jeff, what it is, we live in the modern world where a bank transfer is instantaneous. Like, this is how people trade money.
Like okay, like a Zelle or something, right? Like, well, like just like, okay, person to person. It's not like a wire. You don't need to send your wire.
In the UK, you can just do a bank transfer like in an instant. Yeah. Like you don't need all the. You guys use third-party apps to do like, you know, these e-wallets and stuff to do this. But you can just do it with bank.
I was giving you a hard time. I guess maybe we're behind. Fair enough.
Yeah, I had to fire one in there. I had to defend.
Do you want me to
He's lying. He's lying. I'm going through the don't see it.
Nonsense.
He's lying, guys. He's lying. I see a picture.
You
sent me a picture of it, did you? Oh, you sent me a picture of it. My bad. It's in a picture. That's why. That's okay, I'm in the wrong, Jeff. I'm in the wrong. Dang, I hate it when that happens.
I'm really curious about it. that Justin just calls to fold if Rock rejams, which I assume is gonna happen, right? So Arna's obviously rejamming sub 10 with the King Jack O. Justin overcalling the Ace 10 of spades. Rock just has to pump this in, right?
Yeah, I mean, nines are massive. The flat call is not fun though. I mean, you gotta believe that's like a pretty, generally going to be really strong. But yeah, he's just, nines are too big there.
Yeah, nice.
Arno finds a jack.
Finds a triple.
Yeah, actually, that was pretty hard to get that.
Huge spot.
Pretty hard to get a triple up there. He gets it. Actually, James, I had a similar. I had a bet with a group of guys where we bet on Trump to finish his first term. So it was like a 3-year bet. I think a year in we bet it, and same thing. We were kind of scrambling through our group chat, like who had what of the bet, and going through all the, going back and looking at it all, because it was like we're in like a group where it's like a lot of messages. So it was a bit of a
mate. That was a sweat. That was a real sweat at the end.
You got offered. Yeah, we got offered 80% like down the stretch. We're all like scratching our heads, like, really? This is like how it's gonna go down, like on a stampede of the Capitol, and now he's getting impeached for a second time. Like, it's crazy, but yeah, it did work itself out.
See, I'm such
I bet it like
it's a huge.
So
net.
Jeff, I know where it went, because I know that the day before, on the 5th of January, I bet him to leave before the end of his first term at 28-1, and then by the next evening it was 5-1. So I was like, okay, it's a big move. Here we go. So I was on the other side of that in the end.
Oh, you got 28-1.
Yeah, I bet it on the. Oops, my bad. I bet it on the 5th of Jan, and the next day happened. So I bet at 28-1. The next day, I went to bed. He was 5-1, but obviously he held on. It was going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it's how did you know that? How did you get such good timing? That's pretty crazy to bet that and then get that jump like the next.
I didn't think there was going to be him storming the Capitol. I just thought there was going to be potential of him. I thought my out was him leaving and trying to get Pence to pardon him. That was my reasoning.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
But it didn't happen. But yeah, it was a fun ride for a couple of days. All right, I've just been scanning my bank statements to see if I sent this transfer to Henry, and it's just not in there. I'm going to have to concede, guys, that he finally sent me details and I still didn't pay him. It's just bad.
It's bad etiquette, mate. Like you've owed me for 6 months.
It was an over/under on the time.
Oh man, we had like a running tab going, all sorts going on. All right, guys, it's 5-2. It's break time, and I'm sad to say it is also the time we're going to lose Jeff. I gather you're off ski, Jeff. It's been a pleasure to have you with us.
It feels bad to leave. Like, we're close, right? We're playing down to the final. Is it to the money or the final table? The money?
To the money. So final 11.
I'm gonna hang on unless you got another guess, guys. James,
right.
I can stick till you. I stick in there, man. I'll stick to the end usually. So let me. We're close.
You're a warrior. So that's great. People stay with us.
Backfired before.
Yeah, this is how we got you before. But, all right. Well, Jeff is going to join us then on the flip side of this break. So guys, don't go far. We'll be back in 5 minutes for more of this WPT Montreal online super high roller right here on Party Poker.
Just tell me if I'm sounding like an idiot. I don't know what I just said.
You're saying Sam is making some high variance decisions?
No, I mean that deciding to raise there, he was like, well, I should probably fold.
A little bit high variance. That's not that high variance. Like if you were to shove.
High variance here, right? Or just so standard?
I think it's pretty standard. I mean, Ace is just such a monster right now. And then Matt's almost always going to see bet just as he did.
You just have to call, right?
Yeah.
And just hope that maybe you can get some kind of bet in on the river or something.
Yeah, I'd be looking for Matt to run some kind of bluff.
He's got 3 aces. Check. He's got 3 aces. That feels pretty good. From Franklin's point of view, though, what is Trickett's range here, besides the 3 aces, which is sort of a very narrow part of it?
Trickett can have like 8x, King X. I suppose what Franklin is thinking, he's thinking Trickett calls, he shoves his aces to a min raise.
He really should too, shouldn't he? I mean, it would be really odd for Sam to have ace anything right now.
Yeah.
You know, he might not even slow play ace king. In fact, he probably wouldn't. And if Trickett does call here, does he check the river? Is that part of the whole plan?
Yeah, he's checking the river, that's for sure. He's just trying to give Franklin some rope so that he'll shove the river as a bluff. I guess this is just going to call as well.
He's got a good awareness, Sam Trickett, because this is the only way he's getting on. He seems to know overall it's the best. And how often are you shoving if you're Franklin here?
Well, I'd be pretty concerned when Sam calls a turn. I'd have to decide whether he's calling light with kings or aces. The fact that there's a backdoor flush draw makes the shove a bit better because now Sam can fold some backdoor flush draws. I mean, it would just be mostly a matter of how often do I think he's turning up with like King X he folds river with.
In your experience, does, you know, at this stage, is Sam going to fold the king? If he's called this far with a king 10 type hand, is he folding?
Not necessarily, but a lot of players I think will end up folding if they get there with King X.
Cool.
He's got him. He went for it. Look at that.
Yeah.
And you know, Franklin knows. I mean, you know, this can happen.
He defends with the Queen 7 of hearts from the big blind. And I see a 10-8-5 2 diamond flop. Justin checks it on over to Jake. Jake will be wary. He knows he's raised from early position. He doesn't connect with that flop too often, whereas Justin may well have done defending from the blind. And what a card it is for Justin on the turn. 4 of hearts gives him a gut shot and flush draw. And expect Justin to bet here. He does make it 1.4 million to go. Jake not done with this pot yet. He wants to see the river card. He still has the best hand. And it looks like Bonomo is sizing up the all-in. Sure enough, Jake will fold. Strong play from Bonomo there.
All right, guys, welcome back to WPT Montreal online, 25k super high roller series, and well, I'm with my man Henry. Maybe Jeff has left us, Henry.
So he gave us a speech. He gave us a speech that he was going to stick around, and then he's just bailed when the cameras were switched off.
I think he's had the fear. He came in. He references the time he comes to his commentary with me, Henry, in Rio, and he came to do a little bit and. It got to about midnight, and he's like, "Oh, it's nearly done. There's only 3 or 4 players left. I might as well stay till the end." And you know, the guys in the chat were like, "Yeah, Jeff stays." Like, "Oh, I've got my boys here. Okay, everyone going to stay." And it ended up finishing at 6 in the morning. It's just like, I think he's learned his lesson. You know, just it won't take long. Oh no, here he is. All right, we're bad mouthing him. We're bad mouthing him, saying You're not going to stick with us. Of course he's here. My bad, Jeff.
Yeah,
my bad.
That real. That was a good memory, man. That was a good time though. That was fun to see them do the Latin America version of the Million, and yeah, good time. Just some late nights for sure.
Yeah, that was wild. It was like must have been about 30 all-ins with a short stack one in a row or something. It was ludicrous.
Yeah.
That must be one of the most enjoyable live stops, the Rio 10K. I can just imagine that's just the wild west. That must be so fun.
It was cool.
Yeah, it's really good.
So it looks like Jonathan Van Fleet went for the flat call out of the small blind with the kings, opening the door for Ibinger to defend the 10 deuce of spades. Flop top set. Kyle Burrs turned the gut shot with the queen high clubs, and there's really some showdown here with second pair.
Yeah, I mean, some showdown hand not enough to be calling bets, right?
Yeah, definitely. Especially versus that sizing.
All right, 20 left.
We don't mess around.
Nice.
We don't mess around with weak venues. You know, we do Russia. We're in Sochi. We're in Rio.
Right.
This is the virtual doesn't feel quite right, but it is what it is. We literally couldn't have been together more close to when COVID happened. Like it was literally the last live stop. We were on air doing comment to leave early and try to get home, and that was pretty crazy, man. So that was what? That was March, I think. No,
yeah,
the end of February or March.
No, it was March. Yeah, beginning of March. I remember because I got home on like the 16th of March or something.
Looks like we've lost everyone bar me, boys and girls. James is gone. Jeff is gone. It's alright, I'll hold down the fort. Let them talk about their adventures to these tropical places to play live 10Ks in private. DP, a bit of a spot.
Alright, well.
Oh, they're back, boys and girls.
What happened there?
They were testing me, mate. They were just seeing if Henry's on top of things or not.
Yeah, can he hold down the fort? Let's see. He did admirably.
Look at this table. You got Bad Ziakowski, Ape Styles, Kyler Burns, DP, Ibinger, Jordy Erlings. Jesus.
Yeah. Guys, we did do the giveaway. And we have done the giveaway. Done the draw for the giveaway. I'm doing the giveaway right now, alright? That's what we're doing. 2 $11 tickets. They go to Pokerface 2202 and BMark 7777. And the $22 ticket winner is Kai K's. So you three are the winners of the giveaway. Doing it every hour, guys. So $44 given away every hour. To enter, just click on the link in the chat, fill out the form. You do it once, you're good for life. Who knows, next hour it could be you.
Never going to be me, though, is it?
Not if I have any say in it, Henry. No, it's random, but I mean, if it wasn't random, Henry wouldn't win. Promise. He's had enough. He's won too many.
Talking of winning too many, if I log into my online banking, have I received money now, or?
I mean, there's lots going on right now.
Am I just getting ghosted for another 6 months? Mate, I need to start putting some juice on this. Like, if I had bought Bitcoin with the money that you owed me 6 months ago, it would be worth 450 grand right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good interest rate to put on it, yeah. Look at Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters with
and if you put it on 22 on the roulette wheel, it might not be worth anything. Limping with the aces. Here we go.
Felt it. I felt the limp there. It just seemed right.
Spicy. We're going to have some limps off this stack there, right? Great hand to balance it out with.
Everyone's got some diamonds too, and Jordy in the big blind. See if he'll bite or not.
Couple of diamonds.
Check
Oof.
This is one when you're Peters, you're like, you love it, but then now it goes check, check. You got the blinds in there, 6, 6, 7, 2 diamonds. A little bit of a saucy board. You realize there could be some bad news for you. But still, I mean, you know, you're trapping your 11 blind, 12 blind stack. You're probably not folding too often with aces. I mean, you're still ahead here too. Check, check.
I wonder if DP checks behind with the ace of diamonds in his hand.
I wonder if he just checks in general here for the
diamond rolls off. This is just carnage.
Yeah.
King high flush, queen high flush, aces with the nut flush draw. There we go. Still some outs for everyone.
Leads on out. Very, very interesting spot here. I mean, Jordy's got very high up in his range. And I mean, Peters, is there any chance he can get away from this? If it's like bet, raise, I mean,
man, with the
oh my
no,
goodness.
But he's not going to be loving it, is he?
You don't think he gets away from this?
I don't know. Maybe he does. I don't. Like,
pretty bad board for his hand. He does have the ace of diamonds, but like, it's kind of a weird one though. Like, he's got to be thinking, what is Jordy raising here? And he doesn't get away from it. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe you can't with the ace of diamonds. I guess if you don't, obviously, if you don't have the ace of diamonds, just aces, you could.
You can hit a 6, you can hit an ace, you can hit a diamond. You've got to figure against pretty much any hand.
And what does Makita do now? Is he just flat?
I mean, it's got to be just. Well, this is just odd. Yeah, I mean, it has to be just a flat, surely.
This is absurd. This is one of the strangest hands of poker we've ever had to commentate on. So now Makita's flat, and now
4 diamonds for the craziness.
DP knows he's in trouble. He's like, ace please, dealer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he does. He's got the ace as well. That's right. He's got the ace or the diamond. And it's not. I mean, if you're D Peters right now, you kind of realize the bad news with that action on the turn.
Yeah.
This board goes into a 6.
Yeah, when Makita calls, it's game over. When Makita called, it's game over. You're drawing now. You got to hit.
If this checks through, Makita could be up to 600,000. Assuming it's going to be.
Nice check back from Geordie. Nice check back. Doesn't do any more money in the pot. Makita, you say up to 600. DP's long gone.
I don't know if he had a path away there, Peters, right? Because he's not just going to rip aces. He could min raise on that stack. So he min raises, he's getting called. And not getting away. I don't think he had a way out, right? Just didn't have a path to get out of that one.
They dealt him out of that one.
Yeah.
So down to 16, man. Kind of nose it in. The final 2 tables. Nice line mate saying, Henry, you know anything about Polkadot? Absolutely no idea what that is, my man.
That'd be a no.
It's a strong no.
All right, WPT Florida, they got 1,500. I'm sorry, 1,573 entrants down to 203. Pretty sick. It's pretty sick. World Poker Tour. I mean, look at it. They're running. They're double dipping here. They got Montreal and the Hard Rock going at the same time, right? I mean, 800,000 at first, $3,500 buy-in.
Wow.
Yikes.
And also, I mean, the online event did well too. I think they got 2.6 million maybe. It was 1.4 and 1.2 today.
Yeah, it was a loss. Yeah, today 1.2. Yeah.
How many entries did they get in total for the WPT Seminole Hard Rock?
1573. It's the third largest ever.
Wow.
Actually, the largest ever was at a Hard Rock
Barcelona?
in 2014.
People just chomping at the bit to play some live poker. Because we were spitballing numbers for Barcelona last April before it got cancelled. Like we were expecting 1200 runners.
Geordie turns the joint. A little surprised to see Kale overcall the flop as well after Matthias bet flop. Geordie calls and Kale overcalls with King 6, but it's neither here nor there now because Geordie has turned the nuts. I'm just going to check it. Matthias with a 7 himself. Now improves to an open ender.
Surely doesn't double barrel this combo. Yeah.
And the ace of clubs on the river brings the backdoor flush draw.
It's kind of funny the live poker's like with the everyone's got masks on though, right? Like it's gotta be. I mean, I would imagine after COVID's all done and things happen, I still probably more people gonna wear masks, right? It's a little tougher, like reading and stuff. It's just like everyone's got on a mask. It's kind of funny to see people. Like it's funny to see the winner photos too from there. You'll like see it pop up and the people still have a mask on, and it's like it's a little ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll be waiting until after the Perspex screens come down. I think till I start playing live. It's not for me that, but each to their own.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, luckily there's
delayed stab. Geordie just slipped the check in on the river. Gets the bet. And Kilbane's for this one now. So nicely done from Geordie, checking, getting the absolute maximum in this pot. I think it's to commit chips to the pot 9 high. Geordie basically winning back the chips he lost a moment ago, flush over flush, so a little recovery.
Are you familiar with Geordie Erlings? I was looking him up. He looks like from the Netherlands. Doesn't have a lot of live. I played the Triton High Roller in August 2019, 25K, but it doesn't look like a ton of results. So are you familiar with him?
I'm not. I don't know if Henry's sometimes a bit better on this than I am. I say sometimes, I mean every time.
No, I'm actually not familiar with the name.
Basically, I'm good at the pre-2012. Henry's good at everything after that. It's about right.
There you go.
I know we got ape styles at the table. Right, that's kind of all that matters most of the time.
There's a name from back in the day me and Jeff had to deal with. Way back when. Yeah, battling when you were still doing your GCSEs, Henry.
Hey, joke's on you, mate. I left school when I was 15.
And actually, we were battling him before then anyway. 2005, probably.
Jonathan Van Fleet. He just has like a scary name as well. It's great names, ape style. Real name's Jonathan Van Fleet.
Yeah, it was a good screen name, but who knew that his real name would be better? Like, it's just.
Okay, my boy Espen Jorstad coming in saying Geordie is proto cash game end boss apparently. Okay. Espen, get back to me about Costa Rica, mate. All right, stop watching Twitch chat.
Yeah, nice pick though, Jeff. At 25k in London, Triton Evently. Final in. What a crazy series that was, man. £1 million poker tournament. Who would have thought that would happen, huh?
Pretty special. Yeah, I mean, that's what it's kind of. Oh, and
he gets this one through.
Jack off. Yeah.
Those are the days, eh, Jeff?
Yeah, it's kind of talking about where is it going to go from there. You know, what do you do after £1 million? What currency is stronger? Do you do $1 million? Do you have to go to $2 million? $2 million? You know, like how do you make it a little bigger and what's the next level? But I don't know. I mean, I think like a 500K rebuy would be. I guess they've done that. They've done that at Aria, right? They had the 500K, I believe, before. They've done the 300K. Maybe like a re-entry. I don't know. $1 million re-entry is kind of wild too, right? Like that's kind of pushing it. You know?
Was it
the
drop? One re-entry, or am I wrong?
Nah.
No.
Don't think
It was
so.
being fixed, like fixed number of players and everything.
I think it's complicated as well because a lot of the guys sell action too. So if like you got $1 million and there's a rebuy, you know, I mean, you could do it, right? You could figure it out, but it's just like,
yeah.
I just think at that point, like, you know, if you're asking people to put up $1 million to gamble with on a tournament, like it's kind of, maybe that's a good time to make it a freeze out or a knockout, $1 million knockout. That would actually be super quick. I mean, you heard it first. I think. I don't think we're gonna get that, but you know, 250K. Yeah.
Progressive knockout.
Progressive
$1
million.
You could do it.
Man. Yeah, you definitely.
There'd be some hilarious spots in that tournament.
Yeah,
I mean, talk about ratings. There's not like, yeah. I mean, people are so used to knockouts and bounties now. It's like, I mean, that would be that, and then you know, you sell it from a perspective of people. You might actually get more people, right? You get more of entries. Like, oh, I might get, you know, I'm gonna get back part of my buy-in.
Yeah, it's. I mean, anytime a knockout event happens, it's obviously much less variance, isn't it? So it's effectively a smaller buy-in. Not that, I mean, you still have to find people to pony up $1 million. It's not easy.
Nice line, mate, making a great point. Say Jeff sounds way too aggro to be in charge of setting up tourneys.
Let's. Hey guys, after the year we've had, like let's just give it a go. I mean, what else could happen, man? He could be onto something here. He could have some of the best tournaments in the world if we let JG in charge. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels right.
I mean, how many $1 million buy-ins have we had in the last decade? What, I can think of 3. Am I right in saying that?
2 in Vegas. We had €1 million in Monte Carlo, £1 million in London.
Okay.
4, I think.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, Rick Solomon, I think, had cashed all of them except for the last one.
Yeah, that's right. Cashed the first 3.
Yeah.
Absolute. So that was a fun stat.
Solomon's just a different breed, man. Jesus. Just like.
Definitely kicks it up. He's got a wild style.
Very, very wild style. He like, if I'm not mistaken, he like helps people with recovery, right? Like that's how he kind of made his millions, so to speak, before he became very good at poker.
Might be mixing them up. I don't know if that's you know his story, right?
Am I thinking
you know who he is?
Over to you, Jeff.
He did help millions of people, but different form entertainment. He put out like, you know, he used to date Paris Hilton. I'll just remind you, they dated,
okay.
And they did.
My bad.
They had a tutorial video on something, and you know, the rest, that's it. But I don't know. He did, yeah. It's what he did. Just Google it. It's fine. But no, I think you're thinking of a guy like Jack who did recovery stuff, or there's someone. Rick's helped people. We'll say that he's a good guy, but I don't know. Just Google that.
My slide mate
it's
he says, I heard that Rick Solomon helps people recover on high stakes poker. That's where I heard it from as well. I heard Gabe.
It's possible he does. It's definitely possible he does some active work with that type of stuff, or he's done some stuff. I'm not saying that's not it, but I know in terms of like getting his kind of bankroll and what he's known for sure is. I'll just say that was the first time I've heard that, like as what he's known for. But I hope that's true.
Yeah, I think most people would think of something else when they hear that name.
Henry slowly just goes really silent and starts Googling.
yeah. Pretty, yeah. Anyway, back in the real world, Cal Burns has got 10 high. Keita's got jack high. More importantly, Jeff, the Chiefs have got a little lead.
I saw it was 21-9. What's the latest? That's the same?
21-12 at the half.
Okay. 9's a nice number in the NFL. To be up by 9 is pretty.
It's a beautiful number.
Yeah, not often that's the case. Henry, what would you say in tournaments, like from what you've been, both you've been done a lot of commentary over the past year. What is, I guess, one of the biggest things you would say that you feel that is counterintuitive if you're watching at home and maybe you just, you flick it in, you play some tournaments? I'm curious for both of you. What is something that you would recommend, or you believe, like from what you've seen? I guess not in this tournaments, right? Like it's two different things. Maybe here you're learning something or seeing something that's different and obviously good. But then there's the tournaments where you're watching like a 3200 WPT or some other stuff, maybe bigger field sizes, and it just seems like people are making mistakes. Like give me kind of a learning from each, and then also something that you think that people are doing really maybe poorly, or you could exploit if you were playing. I don't know if that makes sense. Give me one of each, like sort of something cool that you're seeing people do differently, and then also something that you think people are just doing badly overall.
I think one of the main things that people are doing badly, and my flatmate's going to chop my head off for saying this, is not floating enough in 3-bet pots to small continuation bets. You just like see it all the time, like Jack Deuce board and people just folding like King 10 suited and stuff like that. To the pre-flop 3-bet is small C-bet. Ace X with backdoor flush draws, just like giving up in 3-bet pots in spots where you're just like, how could he ever fold to a quarter pot 1/3 C-bet sizing? And they just always do. It's just like, what are you calling pre with and folding post flop?
Hang on a second, guys. Come at that, but spicy turn card here. Very spicy turn card.
Wow. I mean, that is quite gets the peel, and you saw the lead. I mean, Matthias Eibinger has just such a masterful hand on this board. He's got, like the blocker to the nuts. He's got gut shot to the nut straight. He's got the flush draw, 2 overs, and there's Ape Styles just hanging on with bottom pair, backdoor flush draw, and just peels the gin card and gets to go for a lead here. So this is quite a turn here for Ape Styles, Jonathan Van Fleet.
Building brick.
Yeah, I mean,
in before the those double.
Go for a nice chunky bet there, about half pot, a little over 53% or something, and just a fold there for Matthias Eibinger. So important pot for Van Fleet. He actually had the best hand the whole way, pre-flop, flop, turn, river. Although on the flop, it was not looking like that was a likely scenario to get to a winner.
With ace queen, going to face some button action from Burns. Half blinds. Let's see if it can redeem itself a little bit, Jeff.
Feels like a good opportunity. This one feels sort of safe. The A7 offsuit, like doesn't have wheel draws. It's not suited. It's dominated.
I'm looking at the table as well. I'm seeing a couple of 7s in the muck as well. So if it loses, then we are going to have to rewrite the books.
This would be tough.
Yeah, this is chasing out.
Pretty good for
napkins to come.
Okay. There it is.
Nice.
Out in 16th, 15 remain. Playing down to that final 11, guys. That's the min cash. 11 paid, 50k. First place, 450k.
Who is this a? Sorry, does it say Nicholas? Oh, that's okay. Petrangelo's Nicholas Vincent. They put his middle name in there.
Yeah. Nicky P's in the mix.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm sorry. I've butchered plenty of names in my time, man. I apologize.
The Petrangelo? Yeah, I had a tough one with that. That one tripped me up.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's honest mistake. All right, we see a whole lot of nothing here. Ace Deuce gonna go for maybe on a board you'd think could go for quarter pot size, but he does go for a little larger. I think again we got cut off kind of midway what you were saying about the floating C bets or calling, and then maybe James, what about? I'm just curious about you, but I think that's one of the areas too. Like you don't have to do necessarily PO solver, but really just be alert, right? Like be alert to board textures, sizings, and kind of try to pick up on some patterns and when you're watching high level stuff and think why people are doing, because although why they're doing what they're doing, right? It's like there's so many similar situations. You're not always going to get the exact same. Is the board wet? Is the board dry? Why is this guy betting this size? And think about it and maybe look at your own game and start thinking about it. But what about you, James? Anything you thought was like kind of surprising, or you just feel like, wow, I've watched this and I'm going to apply it to when I go play next because I think people are over folding or doing this or not calling enough? Like what would be your sort of overall take?
Yeah, it's the weird thing. I mean, the thing I slightly joke about is obviously the bet check bet line as people not bluffing on boards that don't change. It just seems to be such a value heavy line that just the one that's sticking is people should probably bluff more. The other frequencies of 3-betting from the big blind just seem pretty low. Not necessarily in these kind of events, but in the lower blind events, the larger field events. I don't know. It's hard to take anything I think from specifically the highlights and be that confident about applying it to smaller blind stuff because nation just responds so differently. So it's hard, but I think if there were things, it would be that the 3-betting from the big, because everyone's so happy to peel these days. And yeah, maybe finding some morphs in those spots where it just seems no one ever bluffs the bet line. Just so often people fold to it, and so rarely bluffs when we're watching doing these streams.
For sure. All right. See.
It all goes out the way when you're playing you're playing the $50 gladiator. Those don't always hold true.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's a wide range, right? It does depend, and I think that's important. Population tendencies are going to be different at different games, different sizes of buy-ins and field sizes and ability, but yeah. And what about from the high stakes, from the high rollers here, like the 25Ks, 10Ks, 5Ks online? What about some stuff that you're seeing? Like that Damo is fun to watch, right? His big bets and sort of how he seems to just build big stacks, but not too many people play like that. There's the nut flush with the royal draw for 8,000. Nikita's got a whole lot of nothing, so tail of two ends here. But what about that? Let's start with you, James. Anything that just like you're like, oh, this is like cool because I'm noticing bigger bet sizes on boards I wouldn't think so, or I'm seeing more 3 bets out of the big blind, or what else do you notice?
I think you're right. The biggest standout when you're watching these opposed to any other tournament is just the much more creative sizing, like you're saying. Like you singled out Adamo there. I'll throw Adrian Mateos in there as well. They utilize a much wider variety of sizes far more often than certainly I do, and I think a lot of people do. And they just have knowledge and confidence to be right on doing that. They just there's lots where they just crack out the 2x, and I just don't think that's okay, that's cool. I didn't know that was a spot you're supposed to do that, or and then the flip, they go small sizings in spots where I thought, I kind of my reasoning is wrong here. I thought it's supposed to go a bit bigger there, but then you watch it, you try and work out why they're doing it. You try and think why they're doing it, and you hope to learn by doing that. But it's hard. They are playing a different game to us.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely see a lot more overbetting, right, in these 10Ks and 25K high rollers compared to some of the lower buy-in events that we've covered in the past. I also think what to potentially add on to what you said, James, and what Jeff's talking about is like 35, 40 big blind rejamming ranges seem to be knuckled down. Like obviously, like these guys are playing 25Ks, but these guys really need to seem to obviously have that stuff drilled out compared to some of the rejam spots that we see in the 320s that we've covered before, some of the lower buy-in events where people just aren't taking the spots as well as these guys are. We hardly ever see the 35 big blind rejam with Jack 10 suited, right, in like in the 300s, or the 30 big blind like Jack 10 suited rejams. So yeah, it's one of the main things that I've noticed.
Yeah, I don't know, it's funny as well because you say that, and you probably not only that, but it's probably even more than those events because people are less inclined to call off big bets. It's probably doubly so.
Give me an example though. You're saying with Jack 10 suited for 30 blinds, like what situation?
Button versus small blind. Small blind versus button, big blind versus button versus cutoff.
But like what, an open, and you're saying open and then a jam?
Yeah. Yeah, we just have like a ton of equity if we get called, and obviously a ton of fold equity as well versus, and it just spots like that. Listen, like this isn't something that I'm familiar with, so like I don't want people at home to start just like, Henry said, yeah, I got to start rejamming Jack 10 suited more. Like this isn't an area that I've studied, but just something that I've heard very good poker minds talk about, and I've just been a part of the conversation and just been sat there like nodding and pretending to have a clue what they're talking about. I'll stick to PLO, you guys stick to your masochistic way of playing poker and just like playing for 8 hours to then get paid to 12th place, and somehow go to sleep at night. You guys are sickos.
you just described 14 years of my life.
Yeah, this is Henry talks so negatively about poker tournaments. This is a guy who like beat $250,000 already. Like, come on, man, you got to have a little bit of love for the tournaments now. Come on.
Listen,
this is
Henry, Henry, I take a lot of what you say seriously, and with I listen to what you're saying, and especially in PLO and other things, I take your opinion very highly. But we got to get you a green screen Elgato shipped out there or something, man. I can't take you fully seriously with the sheet behind you. Honestly, and you're in the center spot. Like at some point, if you're gonna tell me about 30 blind rejam ranges and high rollers with Jack 10 suited, and you got a sheet behind you, I'm gonna double check it. I'm sending out a few feeler messages. I'm not. If James tells me something, I'm in. But I'm on double check mode until we get you Elgato shipped in.
Wow.
Wherever you just gotta double check. It's a tough sheet, to be fair. It's not your best sheet. Like you could have put you could have got a stronger sheet. That's all I'm saying. But I love what you're saying. I'm just saying that's all my only suggestion. But it's tough. The sheet is tough. It's a tape. Back me up. It's a tough sheet.
Dude, like there's a massive mirror mounted to the wall, and I was like, guys, can I stream with a mirror? It kind of like looks pretty cool. They're like, no, you can't stream with a mirror. And they're like, I'll show you guys around like the Airbnb real quick. So like, there's actually nowhere for me to set up this like place. Like, that's the kitchen.
Right, listen, I'm gonna give you. I'm not trying to pile on here. I've streamed a lot of random places, different backgrounds. Like that would have been the last thing I would have done is stream with that sheet. I would have hit that. Anything you just showed us, I would have caught a background, like a window, a picture. Like I would have just wouldn't have gone with the sheet. I would have done anything else there. I would have been in the kitchen. I would have shown the kitchen before I went with the sheet. That's all.
I completely agree. But I was told otherwise, man. So like, what do you want me to do?
Fair enough.
What do you want me to
I'm
do?
not saying you're wrong.
I would happily do it. Work at the couch, you know. It's like got a nice view overlooking a tropical jungle out the window. Like, why not?
Yes,
but I'm not allowed to.
I would have hit a jungle cam too. I would have had you could cut to jungle cam anytime. But it's all good, man. It's fine. I would get it's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good.
Jungle cam should be out there. I feel like jungle cam should be jungle cam surely a camera on Jungle Man. Like we can't twist that term. Like that's Jungle Man owns everything jungle related.
We'll give Jungle a call. Like he'll happily get involved. That's more than okay.
What's the Jungle doing? What is he doing right now? Anyone have? Does anyone in the chat know where Jungle is and what he's up to?
He's in London.
Do we have another line? You want me to call him in if we get Jungle on for do we have a fourth cam here? Maybe we get Jungle cam on.
No, we can't. I can't handle Jungle Man tonight.
He's in London at the moment, man.
He's doing photo shoots. If anyone's checked Instagram, he's really doing it. I mean, he's putting it out there. He is putting himself on. Go check out his IG. He's got like champagne bottle videos in his bathtub. I mean, he's really doing it. He's really putting it out there.
He loves it.
That's a 101.
Man, see now you've just like I'm gonna have to cancel commentary tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. James, you're on your own, mate. You're on your own.
Get your green screen.
All right, we're getting near the money here.
We are indeed. What was Jungle Man's
Jungle Man Dan, I think.
No, that's just Twitter. I'm trying to find his Insta. There we go.
I can't find it.
Maybe it's Dan Cates. He might have changed it.
Yeah, it's just the Dan Cates.
Dan Cates, yeah.
Wow. In the eyes. Wow, what a guy. Oh, sorry, chat. If you're watching now, guys, you've got to fire up the Dan Cates Insta. Look at this for a few minutes, and we're going to talk about some of these pictures. There's stuff going on here.
Oh no.
Yeah, he stepped out onto the content.
Oh no.
Just chilling in the G-Wagon. Like.
All right, hold on. We got a hand here. 2 4s. Bonomo's leading, and Adamo has got the ace-4 suited and picks up a pretty big turn card. I mean, he's a big bet player. This might be a big bet spot, no? There it is. Okay. Almost pot. Just works. And Elis, the PLO specialist, finds himself. He caught the ace-jack to king-queen for basically his whole stack, right? It was just slightly behind, not covering Dan Shack. That got him to 186, and now here he is with almost a 4x stack. So he, maybe there's something to that. He folds, sometimes when it's interesting when you see a player fold a suited, like spots that are really close, but like seem like should be calls. It also could be a testament to their feeling about their game post flop, and there's not just passing on marginal spots. And you got to remember that too. I think that's often can be the case. They say, I don't want to take a just a tiny slight spot. Obviously if you get down to 14, 16 blinds, you can't be too picky, but I think you gotta think on that sometimes too.
I'm doing the jungle stream tomorrow, boys. I don't care what it was. Like Jeff Gross, the jungle the jungle stream is better than the sheet stream. And someone in the chat said it looks like I've been kidnapped, and I'm being forced to do commentary. So I haven't been kidnapped. I'm not being. Well, yeah.
Mateus in a spot of bother here. He's flopped a pair on this 6-jack-jack, but Adamo's in there with King-Jack. This is the run out. Well, an undercard is not going to help Mateus. He's in trouble here.
Yeah, Adamo, just a guy. I mean, he's tricky. He's very tricky. Guy that does go for the check.
Slipped in the check. He slipped in the little check just on cue, Jeff. You said he's proven it there.
You know, it's interesting though, but the fact is, like, when the spade peels off, it doesn't really change anything for Adamo, right? Because like it actually can work in his favor. Because I think Adrian would expect him to barrel dot spades, so it's kind of sneaky in a way where like that he can use that to his benefit, and he's not worried about spades for Mateus randomly having spades and peeling the flop and then checking back turn, checking back river. So it actually is pretty gangster. If you think about it.
Yeah, and we're just talking about the Adamo in his own. Here he goes, playing just under 2x pot effective.
I mean, Mateus is such a creative and really great player. I mean, but his radar's got to be going off here. It's also right before the money. It's not fun to call this one off. I mean,
yeah, he does.
I don't think he was going to call there, but it wouldn't have been the most insane call ever. But
it's just hard. Like, it's tricky, like how someone like Adamo, old Chaos, are just capable of. They have overbets with such a high frequency. I think more than most. That it's just. I don't even know how you formulate when you've got to start calling when you've got to fold. It's just really tough. Exactly why the toughest people to play against.
Yeah.
He thinks they're like, oh, okay, I've got to the river, there's 100k in the pot, 170, I've got what looks like probably the best hand. I check here, at least I'm getting to showdown. And then it's like, take you way upstairs. And just now limping the 9-6. He's 5-5 flop. Get far blind at this, so let's let it go. Or will he? I imagine he's going to get this go.
Could be showers for Adrian.
Gonna
pill.
With the boots.
He's got 19 blinds. It is 5-handed. It is a premium. I guess this is just a flat. He's in the cutoff. He also has, I mean, yeah, this is pretty world-class lineup. Yeah, I guess he has to peel though, right? He's gonna peel his like kings and aces and some traps, and this is just one of those really good, premium draw hands. Bonomo doesn't feel fair. Big stack, big hand. The biggest hand, 2 aces.
Adrian does not want to flop a piece.
No.
Unless it's a big piece.
Well, there's a big piece.
Pretty helpful.
This is good get when you haven't hit anything yet. Gut shot and flush draw.
Continue for half, I guess, on this board. Go slightly bigger. 2/3.
Sets up nicely, doesn't it? For the turn. $130 into 1 potentially.
So if Justin just piles here, does Mateus call it off? I don't think he does. Not this close to the money. It goes
half pot. And price him in.
It's a peculiar bet. I would not have. That wouldn't have been what I thought.
Right. It's kind of a fun one, right? You get to put a lot of pressure on some weaker hands when we haven't got it. It's Mateus, you're effectively betting him all in, aren't you? Mateus has got a king or a jack here. He's committed, but Bonomo still gets to fold some hands. Okay, like he does get away from it. I thought Henry might make a little call there, knowing he's going to get the rest in if he hits, and desperate times with 15 left, but folds, leaves 13 blind and finds kings next time.
Just instantly get rewarded.
Yeah, it doesn't have to stew long or think about what happened. Just it's a premium and it's the min raise.
Battle guys, he's in every pot.
I assume, Justin obviously going to defend. It's been a while since we lost someone. We've been on 15 for quite some time. 3 tables of 5. We'll have 2 tables of 7 once another player hits the showers. Well, run it, dealer. See a turn of river card. We just check jam here, Jeff.
5 out. Yeah, 5 outs twice, and
it's gone really small.
It's going to be Bonomo. One of the sicker heaters in poker history. Bonomo, I'd say him, Coleman, Fedor. Maybe the 3 you could put up there is just like.
I think when Fedor had his, everyone thought never get beaten, and then I said, "Hang on a second, I got this, guys."
Yeah.
And you have to chip raise. Here comes the rip, and off we go. Bonomo looking for a queen or a chairs home.
Yeah. Gets it in.
And that is exactly what he has done. Spikes the queen on the end. Made us in 15, which means, of course, we are down to those final tables Henry alluded to. And just 3 players away from hitting the money.
Queen ball, corner pocket. Yeah,
easy game sometimes, huh? They make it look easy.
$800K, 8 starting stacks in there. And some powerful names in there. I mean, listen, obviously we expect big names, but there is really some firepower. We got Benjamin Raleigh up there, the founder, and I guess, I don't know, call him whatever you want. The man behind Raise Your Edge in the building. You got Justin Bonomo, Ape Styles, Jonathan Van Fleet. You got Adamo, Nikita Badaskowski, Matthias Eibinger. I mean, Jordy Erlings is a guy we just mentioned, maybe one of the lesser known there, and not as much experience not as much playing, at least from his live experience that we know. But I mean, this is this guy you said, Rock Gastisa, who I'm not as familiar with, won the leaderboard in the high rollers. Gastisa, Ruth Riera, he came in late, right? He was one of the late regs, it looked like, and he's still hanging around. Then we got Elis Parisian, if I'm pronouncing that right, who's one of the best high stakes PLO players in the world. And then there's Arnaud, who I'm not as familiar with, maybe the only one, if you guys know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who. I've not seen Arnaud's actually. Let's see what we can find on.
Oh, actually, no, I did. I remember looking him up. Yeah, he's got like 550K live earnings. More, it looks like a grinder. Plays a lot of like mid. His biggest cash is 95K and has 550. Also played a lot. Looks like on the online WSOP and stuff. This last year, some good results. So this guy's in there.
Yeah, I think I pitched him. I think I recognize him. I think I've seen him.
Yeah, I recognize him as well.
Yeah,
definitely a good player. Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about it too. If you satellite into this, it's a 25K. You get in for 2,500, or one of the other ones. You're looking at it's a $50,000 bubble. Pretty big. No matter what, doesn't matter what buy-ins you play. This is 50 G's. That's either coming your way or not. So big swing. You're in for 25 at a minimum. So.
as the button swings around to a diamond, we get to see those 2 empty seats filled by Dempsey B and Tim Adams. So a couple of absolute end bosses sitting down there, and Dempsey B with just under 1 milli in chips, guys. It's going to be a little dangerous.
It's always has chips. And he had a couple of close calls towards the back end of 2020 in some of these high roller events on Party, if I'm not mistaken, on some other sites as well. Came close, and yeah, in a great spot to potentially have a WPT title added to his resume, get his name on that Mike Sexton trophy.
And interesting, the King 9 off fold, I guess, is just a function of the stage of the tournament. He's got 14 blinds.
Oh,
he's
wow. Oh dear.
What's this?
I
Yikes.
mean, the
50 deep.
is Adams isn't going broke here, right? That's the good news. Or is he going broke, boys and girls?
Does he just rip the 50 in when he gets 3-bet, or does he? What's the logic here, Henry? I mean, we'll see the sizing is, but is that not the lower variance line, just to rip it in and just be done with the hand?
Actually, no, I was looking at Rock and Nicky P's stack. No, we're going broke here. Like, Ben's just gonna have so many light 3-bets, right? Just gets to apply a ton of pressure on us. We're the middling stack. And there's a ton of short stacks. Ben just gets to apply a ton of pressure both pre-flop and post-flop. And we've got ace-king suited at the end of the day, boys.
It's not like it's 7 left on a final table, is it? With you know the we're thinking about right now for Tim Adams. We're
GG's, Mr. Adams.
pure bubble different, but you've got to lose 3 players.
It's so crazy. Like, this is the part about poker that's so sick. And if you look at Adam's stack, though, he's in like tied for 3rd at this table. I mean, he's literally in the top 4 stacks or 5 stacks in the tournament, right? With this many left, and it's just pretty brutal. The absolute super cold deck, and he does rip it, and Ben can't believe it.
I cannot believe that. Press is cool. 0 sweat. Bricked by the turn. Tim Adams out in a 1 million chip parlay. Ben B with all the chips. 1.5 milli, guys. 15 stacks. So quarter of the chips in play with 13 left, pardon me.
Yeah, I was just saying he might be able to add a WPT title to his resume, and yeah, how many chips in play? 6 million. He's got a quarter of the chips in play with 14 left.
Yeah,
not bad, not bad.
In fact, it looks like actually Tim Adams busting out in 13th place. It's like Daniel DeVore's busted on the other tables. I do believe we are down to the final 12, which would be the pure bubble.
Okay. Well, this could be GG's numbers.
Nicky P, King Queen on the button. Yeah, exactly that, Henry. Yeah, confirmation Tim Adams definitely. So there are 12 left. This is the pure bubble. Nicky P, sub 10 big blinds, is working up with King Queen on the button. Wow. Justin bottom way with Queen small.
This definitely could be it. We got Rui Fiera, who is still in this tournament, is chip leading day 1B of the WPT Montreal as well.
Nice.
So
nice.
Himself a good day.
Nicky P obviously timing down here, keeping an eye on the table.
Yeah.
Obviously we know he's jamming his hand, but just perhaps wanted to see if the other table has a bust out, in which case he would just fold. He obviously didn't, so he's jamming.
I think it just
flops there.
Hopeful flop. Wow.
Bricks out, guys. Yeah. How quick that
was, just like that. Wow.
That was the fastest bub I've seen in a high roller. Like, that was, we had 14 players left with 3 to go, and then 2 hands later over. That was insane. This is how it shapes up. Rocks is the shortest stack. He and Rui down there, but guys, Dempsey B with all of shit top. He's the one to beat. Bonomo, Van Fleet, Bazkikasi. I mean, the caliber behind is something else.
Yeah, this will be a fun one. This will be a very, very fun tournament to see down the stretch. 11 left, almost to the final table. 450K up top. Everyone guaranteed 50K high level stuff, and definitely a treat. So yeah, I appreciate you guys, doing this. This was fun. Stuck around to the end, James. You know I'm sticking with you, James. I don't quit you. So I had to see
you're
it
a man of your word.
Yes, I hope to catch up with you guys very soon, and always fun. And hopefully, Henry, we can get you a green screen and do some PLO knockout tournaments in the future together. So that would be great.
All right, thanks for joining us, Jeff.
Cheers.
Next time we're in the booth,
Jeff.
green screen.
Cheers, Jeff, for stepping in for so long. Nice long stint from you guys. That's it for the evening. Just like that. I thought we were going to see some interesting bubble play. We didn't. Just bang bang, everyone's out. Off we go. Myself and Henry are going to be here at 7:30 UK time for the final table of this, the WPT Montreal Bar High Roller. So guys, we'll see you then.